All right, everyone. Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal here. We are tracking storms, at least for the next half hour. We do have a show on Local 5 coming up, but I think the way things are trending, we may have to stick it with weather. We're going to get going here on the stream. Looks like an active night of storms ahead, especially over southern Iowa. That's where I think those storms are really going to get going for us as we look ahead into tonight. Yes, I do have you in the booth. I am streaming, however. Gotcha. All right, so let's take a look at our storm just off Taylor County's southwestern edge. We do have a pretty stout looking circulation right now. I'm going to go over to the velocity picture and you'll get a sense on what's happening here. Just south of College Springs, right along the Missouri and Iowa state line. That is a healthy circulation. Now, there has not been an indication that anything has dropped from this, but we have 51 miles per hour heading out of the storm, contrast by 40 miles per hour heading in, and even tighter as we look at the gate-to-gate level, right where things are awfully bright here, just south of the state line. That's a gate-to-gate shear of 84 miles per hour, so shearing opposite directions, 84 miles per hour. That is a significant overall. Okay, so that circulation is pushing to the north. One other one we're going to watch very, very closely. This one has a history of a tornado on the ground. In fact, I believe they are still confirming that one on the ground. Yeah, they are moving into northwest Missouri, so we'll have to watch that closely as well as we continue on. That's south of Tarkio, right about I-29 in northwest Missouri. So there's definitely some circulations we need to pay close attention to coming in out of Missouri. Again, that pink color means tornado confirmed, or we have a tornado emergency, and this is a tornado confirmed status right now. We did have a tornado emergency earlier into the evening or afternoon prior back into Nebraska with this cell. I think southern Iowa is where it's going to be at. I am flanked with meteorologist Logan Schlotman. Logan joining me here on the coverage. Logan, can you kind of go over the environment that we have here for folks before we start getting any warnings in our area?
Yeah, so we're starting to see some of that warmer conditions. That's going to be that energy that's allowed. Now, places like Chris was talking about over in his 5 o'clock show, in parts of northern Iowa, just not that cloud really inhibited a lot of that area. So that threat, I'd say more north, has gone downwards due to a lot of that cloud coverage not allowing to warm up. We're starting to see this line of storms associated with a cold front over in the back that's going to allow for these storms to really start to build up there, Chris.
Yeah, we have a lot of thunderstorm energy in place over southern Iowa. We've gotten a chance to recharge in this area, not quite as much as you look north of I-80, and that's going to be a limiting factor. Clouds played a pretty stout role in limiting the extent of just how warm we can get things in northern Iowa. You see, just never fully clearing out, say, north of Highway 20. And so that has certainly lessened, actually, the severe weather risk that we have ongoing up there. The severe weather outlook has been dialed back a little bit on the northern edge, down basically a category in that green and yellow from earlier in the day over southern Minnesota. North Iowa, I don't think has been touched all too much, but I'm not quite as keen on the severe weather situation there over northern Iowa. Now that level 4 does nudge into southwestern Iowa, even Taylor County just a little bit. Southern and southwestern Iowa is where I think things are going to be a little bit more primed at the moment. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at those storm reports for you right now, and this is going to show you kind of the history that's been seen. This is last 24 hours. Let me take it down to the last 12. In fact, I'm going to save palette of that. I need that. Logan, that's going to be in the extreme bottom right of the summer palette.
Sounds good.
And I don't know, you may need to refresh your browser of that, but yeah, we're going to need that differentiation for today. And even though it says 24 hours at the top, this is the last 12 hours. You can see the tornado reports out of northern Kansas and southern Nebraska kind of dotting here. And at one point, we did have a tornado emergency. I think it was this dot, isn't it? There, Logan, kind of the Pawnee City area.
Yeah, south of Pawnee City there in Pawnee County.
This was the tornado report that prompted a tornado emergency. Basically, that means we have a violent tornado taking on a populated area. So this one, multi-vortex tornado, being reported there into Nebraska. And I mention that because these signatures on radar have been coming back very significant as far as the rotational aspect of it, especially that one that is still confirmed there in northwestern Missouri. I'm going to loop it over the last 3 hours. I want you to see how things have been progressing. This is going to be the last 2 hours, beg your pardon. As we continue on, you see that trend is kind of pulling both of those circulations east and north and east. So that one that is confirmed right now has a long ways to go before it does get into the local 5 area. But something to pay attention to. Severe thunderstorm warning is out now. Let me get the details for Taylor County until 6:30. Tornado possible tag, hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter, the wind speed with 60 miles per hour. I will say this segment of this storm has a history of 90 mile per hour wind gusts back into Nebraska. May not quite be up to that vigor any longer, but, and emphasis on that, this has been that segment right around the circulation to watch for. So I think we kind of had 2 areas of circulation worth watching here at the state line and then closer to the College Springs area. So I think there's 2 areas to watch right now with possible circulation. Certainly looked a lot better at 527 there, right along the state line. We're still seeing 2 areas, though, that are kind of on the tighter side of things at this point. Logan?
Yeah, I was taking a look at the tracking here for this severe thunderstorm warning. Clarnita 538, Atchison 544, Newmarket 549 for Hopkins, 556 just right after the hour at 6:01 for Gravity, and then Bedford 6:04 and Mercer at 6:10 for this severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued heading into Taylor and parts of Adams County as well for this severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado possible tag on. So something to look out there for there, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely there, Logan. And we're going to be tracking this circulation that comes in. And so you just got those times of arrival. And Des Moines going with the severe thunderstorm warning at this juncture, but there's a healthy circulation in that tornado warning over southeastern Page County. Deviating a little bit down to the south, I do want to show you the velocity picture on this because it is just intense right now. There's some side lobe contamination in here, but that area of concern would be just to the southeast of Fairfax, kind of up through Fairfax, down this line right through here. So there is some contamination in the data. Let's see if I can switch it here. No, I can't get you a great view. Let me back it up one slice here. Yeah, and there you have it. You see these intense colors coming into view. And just sampling that, that's 75 miles per hour. We start getting things up to 83 miles per hour. That's the inbound winds, and then you contrast that with 44 on the outbound. So we have some significant circulation and all indications that there is a tornado on the ground in this area. So northwest Missouri, kind of coming out of the I-29 area near Corning. That's where we're seeing that. Debris detection isn't showing anything at the moment, but I believe this lowering, and I'll kind of highlight that, right as it crossed the Missouri border, was a tornado debris signature. So that gives us confidence that there was something on the ground, perhaps impacting Barada. Apologies, I'm not quite familiar with the towns there in that area. No longer present in the latest data, but we kind of look for that in the debris detection to give us an indication if something can be on the ground. We can actually confirm it with the radar picture. So severe thunderstorm warning for Taylor County. This area has been getting hit hard, it seems, as of late. Friday and Saturday, southern Iowa, kind of where things were at, especially on Saturday as we track things through Taylor County as well. Looks like we're back for a bit of a round 2, Logan.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up some of the hail because we're starting to see some larger hail develop over in Page County there, just on that Iowa and Missouri border there. I'll grab some values. So just right below College Springs, so still heading to that area, heading into Highway 71. I'll bring up some values here in the middle. We're starting to see some of that stronger hail, up to about 2 inches with our parameterized here. So this is what it's estimating for hail size in that storm with that severe thunderstorm warning, but just south of College Springs and College Springs could be seeing some hail up to 2 inches. Now it's going to be working its way over into Shambhala, Highway 71, over into Bradysville as well over here in the next couple of minutes. And we've seen the previous days, we've seen some monster hail and very large hail up to about 3 inches, and that has been destroying windows in people's houses and also windshields. So if you are driving on Highway 71, make sure here to get into a safe place soon as we start seeing this hail core work its way over from College Springs onto Highway 71. But if you are in College Springs, make sure you get into the most interior part of your house that has no windows. So if this hail does fall down and break any windows, that you are not by that there, Chris.
Okay, Logan, yeah, and we're going to be monitoring this here for some time, not only the hail component, but as it sits here for tornadoes and wind, which I actually think is kind of our primary troublemaker here for tonight versus hail kind of being, I'd even say tertiary at this point, third in line. Tornado with the highest risk, you see that widespread risk. And we're kind of putting this in a hierarchy order. It doesn't mean we're going to have tornadoes, solidly in that area, but that's going to be that bullseye in the state of Iowa, southwestern Iowa, as you see, that has that greatest risk of seeing tornadoes. Wind up to 75 miles per hour being possible. Again, I think this is going to be a southern and southwestern Iowa. Oh, yeah.
We do have a tornado warning for Taylor County.
All right, in the booth, we need to go linear, please. Go ahead and cover that, and once we get ready to go linear, I'll take
This is going to be in Taylor County radar indicated rotation. We're going to let this load quick, see if I can get the wind speeds on this to track this one. Looks to be moving about east 35 miles an hour. So for this tornado warning here, it's going to be until 6:45 p.m. Let me get this set up quick, track this.
You just give me a heads up in the booth and we'll go.
So places like, see them about 543 Lagoda, 549 Bedford, 554, and then at 6:02 for Conway for this tornado warning. That is until 6:45 p.m. That will keep checking. So we'll go check the velocity right here. You can see some of that rotation, so extending into just getting past College Springs and Shambaugh a little bit. I'll put on a little rotation detector here, see what we're picking up. Looks like getting past Highway 71 there.
I'm going to take it. Hi everyone, I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal. We're in the Weather Center with team coverage with meteorologist Logan Schlottman and myself. We are tracking severe weather over southern and southwestern Iowa. We gave you this indication at the end of the 5 o'clock. We were concerned with a tornadic circulation into Page County. And we have high enough confidence that that is still going to impact as it pushes into Taylor County. So we are going to be here with you as we move closer to the 6 o'clock hour as we track this circulation. This is in place until 6:45 over the southern and southwestern portions of Taylor County. There is another circulation down into Missouri that will also be tracking that has a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is going to be the most robust area we are tracking for severe weather as we go into the overnight. The area we are concerned with is down Highway 71, basically right along the Missouri border south of Clarinda. We'd be watching here near Bradyville, and at points we've seen some indications of that circulation a little bit further to the north. So southeastern Page County is where we are tracking, just to briefly go over to our shear detection, and we'll see that area that we've been watching, again, right along the Missouri border here, right around the Bradyville to College Springs area. And this is all moving to the east and to the north and east. All right, I have meteorologist Logan Schlottman with me. Logan, let's go ahead and take folks at home in on a tour and give them a track on where this storm is going to be going.
Yeah, so this is moving about east at 45 miles an hour. Get zoomed in here quick for this tracker. We'll take it along right about here. Actually, we'll move it back a little bit, but moving east about 35 miles an hour. And taking a look at times that this tornado warning could be heading into your area, about 5:50 for Seam, 6:02 for Bedford, and 6:11 for Conway. So if you're in Bradyville and College Springs, make sure to get into your safe place, whether that is the most interior room of your house, if you have a single level house, or if you do have a basement, get down into your basement as well. But we're starting to see this tornado warning, some of that rotation move over into Taylor County along that Iowa and Missouri border there, Chris.
All right, Logan, thank you very much. Just checking out the velocity signal here. I do want to make a mention down here to northwest Missouri. This is a confirmed tornado southeast of Tarkio, and the trajectory is bringing that to the east and north and east as well. So not only Taylor County, but as we move our way further to the east towards Ringgold County as well, we need to be cognizant that this could be a major issue. That storm has a history of producing a tornado all the way back into southern Nebraska. You can see the tornado dots there. So that's something to watch very closely as well as we go through time. But for now, the greatest area of concern for the local 5 area is going to be over Taylor County right now with this tornado warning until 6:45. Just briefly here, before we head back over to Logan, I want to go over a little bit of the scenario that we have at play. Clouds have really been a nemesis for places north of I-80 today. We've struggled to build back that energy, and you can see where that energy has built back, where you start to see those yellows and even those whites over southwestern Iowa extending down into Missouri. That thunderstorm energy has gotten a chance to recharge with some clearing, and this is going to be the area a little bit more favorable to see severe thunderstorms. Not only that, but the tornado risk is enhanced a little bit better down into this area as well. Quite frankly, that cluster of storms is right in on those best wind parameters to see tornadic action. So I'd especially be watching along and south of Highway 34 as we continue on through time here for tonight. So that's a synopsis on the scenario. Logan, what are you seeing on your end?
Yeah, National Weather Service chat, they did get a report from the public just recently after issuing that tornado warning for a funnel cloud that was spotted west of Bedford. So I have that pulled up right about here. So we're going to take a look at our shear detection and see what rotation we're still finding, which is going to be near that Bradyville. So that funnel cloud that we're seeing just west of Bedford, still moving along, still seeing that rotation moving into the area with that tornado warning pushing through into Taylor County here soon. Looks like taking a look for other stuff, not seeing anything else here yet, Chris.
Yeah, in fact, it looks like that circulation has been trending the right way. Thank you so much, Logan, at least as far as severity. We don't want to see severe weather. This circulation was looking a little bit more potent as we were at 5:30 or so, as this one was south of College Springs in Page County, right along the Missouri border. We did get a report, as Logan just mentioned, of a funnel coming to the ground. And Logan, just briefly, where was that at again?
That was west of Bedford.
West of Bedford. So considerable amount west of Bedford, I would say, to the tune of about maybe 15 miles or so. But it would be in association with this circulation coming in out of Page County. So that's where the best circulation is at the moment. There is some thunderstorm circulation happening up here further to the north into Page County. But this has been a persistent circulation all the way since it was in Nebraska a couple of hours ago. So we've been watching this one for you very, very closely. There is additional thunderstorm activity building in up over Cass County and Adams County as well. Building in, but so far this activity has been sub-severe on all fronts, wind and hail as we check out the velocity signals here. Nothing too terribly strong nor giving us any significant tornadic circulations to monitor out of this one. Just checking in on the winds here, and this is the first I've looked at them, and deliberately the city names are small so we don't clutter up the screen here too much. But no significant winds there. We get down towards Clarinda. I'm not peaking on anything there as well, but we have seen this cell in particular with a history of 75 to even at one point, Logan, this was 90 miles per hour that we had with this storm when it was back in Nebraska.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at over in Omaha's radar for any velocity couplets, but you can tell that one down there in Missouri, a lot of rotation, a lot of intensity with that as well, but we're still seeing some rotation a little bit up near that Iowa-Missouri border, but not as more broad than what we've seen earlier. We'll take a look and bring it back a couple minutes, a couple scans. We're looking here across. We're still seeing some of that rotation with that red and green, but that main one down is with that tornado that is observed down in Missouri for that red and green, that little couplet right there touching each other. So still some of that strong rotation coming across there, Chris.
We have to watch that one very closely because that one actually, I believe, has more of a northerly trek associated with it. I've been watching this one over the last hour or so pushing in. So, yeah, that one, while it is down into Missouri, we'll be paying close attention to that. In fact, looks like, no, sorry. We do have a new warning out there, tornado confirmed, yes, towards the Maryville area as well, but that one getting very close to pushing up into Taylor and also Ringgold County as well. Let's see if we have any new data here as we continue on with this tornado warning. It is in place until 6:45 at this point, and yeah, that area of circulation looking best right about here in extreme southeastern Page County. That hook in the reflectivity picture that we saw looks like a slight little bit of re-intensification, at least more pinpointed, if you will, here. South and southwest of Newmarket, south and southeast of Clarinda, and that is way down into the southeastern part of Page County, about ready to get into Bedford County. So Shambaugh, Bradyville, east of you, west of Siam. Siam, you need to be in your safe place, as included the Bedford area and Newmarket as well. All areas that are going to be in the bounds of that tornado warning. So the southern, southwestern parts of Bedford County, new scan coming in, and we can see here's where that circulation continues to be, right in that area. So it's about ready to pass into Bedford County. So there's been a lot of activity here for tonight. We have that level 3 risk over central and southern Iowa, extending down into Kansas though with that level 4. And unfortunately what that means is it's stolen a lot of our eyes in the skies down that way for today. So with supercells on going down into northern Kansas, that's where we have a lot of the chasers that provide us our live stream. So unfortunately, we don't really have anyone right now we can pull up on this storm into northern Missouri and southern Iowa. But we do have our spotter network. Our field is pretty extensive down into that part of the state, and we're going to be tracking that one here as we continue on. Can't emphasize this enough over Taylor County. If you are within the scope of this tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter, lowest level, most interior room of your dwelling.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look just on the bigger picture. We do have a tornado watch south of I-80 getting into Clark and Decatur County on that I-35 corridor, pushing more west. This is going to be until 10 p.m. for those chances for tornadoes. Possibly some could be on that intense side, but still going to be primarily also looking at wind and hail. But this is until 10 p.m. for portions of southwest Iowa, getting up into Adair County and then Clark and Decatur and Cass County as well there, Chris.
Alrighty, sir. Thank you very much. Errant punch there. Let me get back to me. All right. Just was checking in with the National Weather Service, and the last correspondence was that funnel cloud there west of Bedford. I will say this circulation down into northwestern Missouri, it's been pulling further and further to the north. So I think we're going to have to keep a close eye on that one as well. There's a couple of areas to watch. Down into northern Missouri, one spot here as well, and then we get down to the south and west of Maryville, I believe. Yeah, we need to watch that. Basically due west of Maryville, excuse me, pushing up to the north and east with time. So that's what we're looking at. Logan, I need to take this for a second here while I do a couple administrative things.
Yeah, it looks like we did get one of our first wind reports out in Page County, just north of Shambaugh. Looks to be, let me check on this one here, but looks to be 84 mile per hour thunderstorm related gusts just east of Highway 71, and that was recorded from an amateur radio from a personal weather station. So we're starting to see some strong gusts up over 80 miles an hour, up to 84 miles an hour for this wind report that has came in over the last 12 hours here. I'll zoom back out. Looks like there might have been a hail report also just in College Springs. I'll bring this one up real quick. Up to about 1.5 inches. Emergency manager over in Page County. Time still estimated, but 1.5 inch hail just around College Springs. So we're starting to see some of those reports starting to pick up with 84 mile per hour gusts and 1.5 inch hail over in Page County. I'll take a look back outwards at the radar picture and what we're seeing. Looks like they're continuing that severe thunderstorm warning. Just for now, they're upgrading up to 80 mile per hour winds. So we'll take a look back at this one here and see if we can get the pictures for that. But looks they still have that destructive tag now for Adams and Taylor County. Tornado possible tag. So we'll grab this, we'll grab the speed, and we'll see what time it's going to be getting into more portions of Taylor in Adams County. So 35 miles an hour. We'll grab this real quick, and we'll see what time some of the more strong, intense gusts could be getting into parts of these areas. So gusts about 557 Ladoga 601, Gravity 605, Bedford 608, Conway 614, Lenox 618, and then Clearfield at 624 for this tornado warning, but also the severe thunderstorm warning that does have that destructive tag on it. So for these winds, make sure you get into the most interior room possible if you have a single level house. And if you do have a basement, get into your basement here if you're starting to get on the edges of these storms. And even if you're ahead to start preparing that action plan that you should have set in place for the severe weather if it does come across your way. And I'll take a look over at rotation for this as well for that severe thunderstorm warning. Still seeing some of that rotation just east of Bradyville and Sainbaugh and Highway 71. Some of that rotation still picking up. I'll take a quick look at the history for this rotation coming back the past couple of minutes. But we're still seeing some of that consistent rotation pushing through now into Taylor County, just south of Newmarket. And we'll take a look at velocity here with this one. Still seeing a nice couplet, that green and red that we're seeing there across that area. I'll put a little line around it. But just heading into CM, we're starting to see that couplet there, that red and green touching each other. So that's where that rotation we're seeing associated with that tornado warning is pushing through. And I'll overlay that with the tornado warning just getting into Taylor County. And I'll zoom back out quick so we can see. But we have that tornado warning, and that's going to be heading here. That rotation is what we're looking at. That's going to be pushing into CM and other places, getting into Bedford, Highway 2, and then heading into Gravity and Highway 148 for this tornado warning as well. And then, Chris, is there anything you're seeing or?
Yeah, and that's a good couplet there in the last scan that we certainly are going to be tracking. The latest updates suggesting the storm's moving at about 35 miles per hour, so I do want to update the track for you with this. This warning lasts until 6:45, so if this one continues, we're going to be wall-to-wall with you through the duration of Local 5 News at 6 o'clock. So this one near Siam right now. 612 be near Bedford, Conway 624, Clearfield 638 as we start getting outside the scope of this tornado warning, and diagonal as well by 649. We saw Logan show it. I'm going to show it once again. That velocity signal picked up a little bit in the last scan, showing things just a little bit tighter. As it shows right here, right on the Taylor and Page County line. In fact, we'll just sample this, see what we have gate to gate on this, 84 miles per hour right next to each other. We have a previous report of a funnel reaching down west of Bedford. Prior, this was about 15 minutes or so ago, Logan. But yeah, we're certainly showing a bit of a tighter couplet here as it sits from the Omaha National Weather Service radar site, and that 84 mile per hour wind gust south of Clarinda near Shambaugh. Heads up, there's going to be a big punch of wind that's circulating in on the backside of this storm. On the backside, that's where we're finding it. So we'll look for that tornado risk first, and then kind of cycling in on the backside. That's where we have that strongest wind that is going to be cycling around. Kind of see a little bit of that rear inflow jet working in there from the north and west across Page County. Right into the hook here, that's where we're tracking for that tornado risk. It may be back into the rain just a little bit. But there is credence to this tornado warning that we currently have in place. All right, we're going to get into Local 5 News here at 6 o'clock. We'll be right back with you. All right, we're continuing on with our severe weather coverage. We are in Local 5 News at 6 o'clock with the tornado warning that is in place over Taylor County until 6:45. Also a significant wind threat with this storm as well that we have seen with an 84 mile per hour wind gust south and east of Clarinda. So we have a significant impact here. Also tracking a second circulation. And while this one is still south of the border in Missouri, this one is taking a northeasterly line. So this one also may impact Taylor County if it continues along its path, and eventually Ringgold County as well. Additional thunderstorms extending northwards through Adam and Cass County as well, but sub-severe at this point. Taylor County is where we are putting our emphasis on the storms here for tonight. Taking a look at the shear detection here, you can still see a couple of those blue dots. That's where we watch to denote that shearing action along in this thunderstorm. A couple that may be back into the rain, but also down right along that Taylor-Page County line. And then you look west of the Maryville area and you start to see that light blue color shading in. That's that other area of circulation, what has had a history of a longer tracked tornado. At least it appears that we've seen tornado confirmations all the way since that one was back into southeastern Nebraska. So I'm going to send it over to you, Logan. Logan, let's take him in on a track here on what we're expecting going forward.
Yeah, so this storm for this tornado warning is moving at about 35 miles an hour. So I got that set up here and taking a look at that notch, and I'll set it up. Now, places inside this tornado warning that does expire at 6:45. Ladoga about 6:04 p.m., Gravity 6:08, Bedford 6:09, and then Conway at 6:16 for this tornado warning that is until 6:45 p.m. for that little notch that we're seeing for some velocity. Now, take a look back at the storm relative velocity with this here. Now, not really seeing too much, still a little bit of that rotation. Then I'll take it over to velocity quick. Might have to switch the radar, but still seeing some pockets of rotation there down in Hopkins, down in the Missouri border as well. Looks to be another one building up there. Chris, is there anything else you're seeing?
Yeah, Logan, just want to pass along that the severe thunderstorm warning over Taylor and southern Adams County is now saying wind gusts to 80 miles per hour. That's for a response to what happened there south of Clarinda near Chambord. Also, a couple of reports of 1 inch to 1.5 inch in diameter hail reports over eastern and southern Page County. So anywhere from that Clarinda to College Springs area that you're seeing on the map right in front of you. Some hail reports in that area to contend with as well, though the wind and the tornado risk is highest on our threat levels here for tonight. So this warning going until 6:45. We're still seeing some indications that there is some circulation in there. Anyone in the southern portion of Taylor County needs to continue to seek shelter. So we're sampling the Des Moines National Weather Service radar site right here. I'm going to switch over to Omaha. I think it has a little bit easier area to explain here with what's going on. The green is heading to the north and west. And though as we continue to bounce back and forth between the radar sites, that direction is always where we're pointing towards the radar site. The green color is the red is going away, so we do have that little bit of shearing action, but also convergence that's showing up in the last few scans. Looks like maybe a bit of a transition of power as we get some new data in here. That will be coming into view shortly. Also kind of down right along the Missouri border as well, so maybe kind of recycling a little bit closer to the Hopkins area. You can kind of see those bright greens contrasted with red right there. So right along and just south of the Missouri border, here's the original circulation that we were warning on into southwestern portions of Taylor County. Logan?
Yeah, we're just going to take a look. The Storm Prediction Center has put out that tornado watch getting up into Cass and Adair County over into Clark and Decatur County. This is going to be until 10 p.m. where those threats for tornadoes and winds are the highest. Still some chance for some hail. You could expect some of these counties get into more of a severe thunderstorm watch, getting out of the I-80 corridor and more east into I-35. But right now, this is what we're looking at, is this tornado watch until 10 p.m. for portions of southwest Iowa there. Chris?
All right, Logan, thank you very much. We have two areas of circulation, I believe, and that northern one got a little bit more perky in southwestern Taylor County. Let's go ahead and zoom in just a little bit and see where we're at here. So just north of 300th Street, east of Colt Avenue, east of Siam. This is where we're seeing that tightest area of circulation at the moment. 49 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear, so it means those individual little pixels in contrast, excuse me here. I grab the right tool. Individual little pixels across from each other, 49 miles per hour in opposite directions at the moment. So this one is going to be south and west of Bedford. Still by a fair margin, and it's heading to the east and northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So we are 7 miles away. We're going to put that in about the next 12 minutes or so getting into Bedford at a 35-mile-per-hour clip. Then just to the west of Highway 148, this actually dips down into northern Missouri. There is another area of rotation down into that area west of Hopkins that bears watching. So two areas, Taylor County right now with a northern one, and then just south of the Missouri border with a secondary area of rotation. I'll tell you, we're getting pretty high in the air to be sampling these areas of circulation. We're talking 9,000 feet up is where we're sampling, and there's a lot that can happen in that lowest 9,000 feet that we just can't see with the radar picture. So that's why we're concerned. I do believe that those areas of circulation are kind of back into the rain right now, so you're probably not going to be able to see all too much from this. It looks like we're looking just southwest of Bedford now. Kind of south of Highway 2 and west of Highway 148 as we sample the Des Moines National Weather Service radar picture. And there's a little bit of a difference, and these two radars are looking at kind of different levels in the atmosphere. So they're going to return slightly different varying degrees of the data. But the area to watch as we're now looking at the Des Moines National Weather Service radar site is just off to Bedford's southwest edge. You need to be seeking shelter if you're in that area.
Yeah, and take a look here. Some strong hail getting over 2 inches possible into Seaham onto Colt Avenue, but also 300th Street. So behind that too, we're starting to see some stronger hail be pushed more west into that area over across there. We'll take a look here. Some more places, Highway 148, Linwood Avenue, getting into Bedford, but a good size hail core and good hail pocket coming down into Seaham, just passing Highway 71, but moving into Highway 148 and just south of Newmarket heading into Bedford there. So some stronger hail that's going to be pouring down behind this rotation there. Chris?
All right, Logan, thank you very much. Just checking out the debris detection, just to see if we can pick up anything. If we start to see a signature of that, we will let you know. But yeah, radar can actually pick up debris when it is lofted into the air. Continue with this tornado warning for the next 40 minutes. This is a long duration type warning. If that area of rotation goes away, these warnings can be canceled early, but we're still seeing that signal, kind of two areas associated with it, right along the Missouri border, and then just to the south and west of Bedford. I'm going to switch my radar site just off screen here so we can start sampling Des Moines as we're getting closer to that versus Omaha here. 84-mile-per-hour winds, Chambord south of Clarinda earlier, so there is some signal that there's some major wind in tandem with this storm. I do believe we're kind of recycling, wouldn't you say there, Logan, with that southern couplet?
Yeah, I do agree with what you're saying there, Chris, and taking a look, trying to get the right radar picked up, but still some of those pockets of rotations there picked up, getting across some of that area near Hopkins, but on that Missouri border as well. And then they did take out that destructive tag for that severe thunderstorm warning associated with Taylor in Adams County. They brought it down to considerable. They knocked down that 80-mile-per-hour wind gust and brought it down to more 70-mile-per-hour winds, but that is still going to be until 6:30 p.m. for that severe thunderstorm warning. That is tagged considerable there, Chris.
Okay, so that's a good trend. We like seeing that, and I'll just recap the warnings that we do have for you right now. And we'll just take the radar picture off the screen for you. That tornado warning until 6:45 is in place at the moment. And then right underneath it, it does extend a little bit further to the north and even getting into Adams County just a little bit. This is going to be in place until 6:30 for that severe thunderstorm warning. It does include communities like Bedford, Gravity, Holt, and Newmarket. And it's being given that considerable damage tag due to that wind, which we significantly had a wind gust there, or significant wind gust south and east of Clarinda. Near Chambord, right along Highway 71. And now that portion of the storm is working its way into Taylor County, let's go over to the winds and see if anything significant is popping up in Bedford. Takes a second for this activity to load. We do have a 45-mile-per-hour wind gust out of Clarinda. I'm going to back it up here just to see if anything has changed. But again, there was stronger. It's kind of right under those pink shadings. And there is also likely some hail tucked away in there too. So keep that in mind. That's the most intense part of the storm that is not tornadic. That tornadic action would be basically right along Highway 148 south and west of Bedford at this point. Since it's been a couple of minutes, we'll go back to that velocity data and take a look on where it is. It looks like it's washed out considerably here in the last scan, at least right along Highway 148 in Iowa, Logan.
Yeah, I was taking a look also here. That biggest tornado threat was in those counties over in Taylor and heading out into more west. But that biggest threat was going to be for southwest Iowa today. But we still have a medium threat for the rest of Iowa. But what we're looking at right now is where that tornado watch is. We're that red, and we're starting to get out of that area there, Chris. But still going to be a persistent threat. And taking a look back at that radar picture going across, we still just have those two warnings, that tornado warning and that considerable severe thunderstorm warning across heading through the area. But I do think, Chris, that rotation has gone down over the past couple of scans. Not really seeing anything too much there, Chris.
At least on the Iowa side of things, I do think right across the border into northern Missouri, there's still an area certainly worth watching. I like the way things are trending here with this one. I don't want anyone to get complacent. I want to continue to monitor this so long as we have that tornado warning in place. But we've been watching right in this little kinked area right along Highway 148 south of Bedford. So if you are in Bedford, anywhere south along that highway, continue to be in your safe place, please. Doesn't look like we have a lot of communities in this area, fairly rural, but this would also extend over towards Platteville. If you are in that vicinity, continue to seek shelter. So this would be right along Linwood Avenue, 148, just south and west of Bedford. That's our area of concern. So just to kind of show you what we've been meaning, we've been watching these little bubbles on the shear detection. It was stronger earlier as this one was back south of Clarinda. And you notice we just don't have that anymore over southern Taylor County at the moment. There is a little bit towards Hopkins, and we've been kind of telling you that there's kind of a secondary area of rotation down there near Hopkins, and I think the Omaha radar site is picking it up better. Basically right at 148 and the Missouri border, that's where that best circulation appears to be standing at this point. 65 mile per hour gate to gate shear, so I think we'll probably see this warning continue on even if it is right along the southern scope of that warning. Some storm scale circulations, and this is where we'd be finding some of that strongest wind right now, if it is materializing right over southwest Taylor County. Logan.
Yeah, I was just taking a look, going the previous scans. We do see some of that more stronger rotation earlier in that scan heading into Bedford, but we still have a little bit of that couplet heading into about Highway 148 just southwest of Bedford. And same thing for Hopkins too, just crossing into that Iowa and Missouri border. Some of that tight rotation coming across there, but still the same heading just north of that into Bedford as well, just going across Highway 148 there, Chris.
Logan, go ahead. I need a second.
Yeah, we'll take a look back here at radar 2 to see if there's anything else picking up, but we do still just have this tornado warning for until 6:45. We'll take a look at the time frame for that rotation area that could be coming into places around Bedford, just getting here about 6:12, which is right now Conway 6:22. So next 10 minutes for some of this rotation in the storm heading into your area and coming through and across. And I'm not seeing anything new on the National Weather Service chat there, so I'll see what our shear detection is bringing on. I think it's going to be showing some more of that rotation down in Hopkins that it is picking up there. Some very light, some very dark blue going across into Hopkins, but nothing so much up into Brady, but still a place to look at where that rotation has had that history. So it still could pick up again and be more intense heading just south of Bedford, crossing into Highway 148 there for that rotation going across. And I'll take a quick look at hail as well, because we've seen some strong hail getting reports up to about 1.5 inches, and it's starting to push its way out of Siam, but getting closer into Highway 148 heading into 300th Street. And I'll take a quick tag here for some of this hail across the area. So 2.25 inches, and then about 1.8 inches. So still seeing some decent sized hail that could be working its way across 300th Street, getting past out of CM, but heading close into Bradyville and also Highway 148 as well, pushing across there. Chris.
Okay, Logan, thank you very much. I want to highlight here the strongest area that we're looking at for wind potential into Taylor County right here. Those brighter colors, that is going to be a signal that we are dealing with the strong wind right there. Actually, a little bit of a convergence signal. And when you see that, you start looking at the strong updraft of the storm. And the red is actually moving away from the radar site in Des Moines. The green is heading towards it. So right there, that's a signal that we have a strengthening in the updraft and kind of coming in behind it, rushing down with that wind, no doubt, based on the thunderstorm structure here. So that's not necessarily a tornadic circulation, more of a convergence circulation, but that one is going to be moving right towards Bedford here in the next couple of minutes. And this storm has a history of some very strong wind too, so we want to remember that we have certainly seen that come to fruition out of this storm. So it is out there. The latest wind gusts out of Bedford is not significant, only 11. We'll see if that ticks upwards as we continue on. If there is something tornadic here, it's likely right where that wind is rushing out ahead on that southern edge, right into that kinked area, right along Highway 148. That still looks to be about the most favorable zone, but at this juncture, we don't have any high-quality shearing that is going along in that. We'll continue to watch it. Further down to the south, just across the border, there's another area of circulation, and pulling into the Maryville, Missouri area right now, there is also another stronger area of circulation that's trying to push its way northwards that we're going to have to keep our eyes on going forward. Logan?
Yeah, and taking a look at some of these storms that have passed through, they have produced some storm reports too, as we're starting to see 1-inch hail up just on Highway 71 by Highway 2, then down in College Springs as well, 1.5-inch hail. And we have seen reports with these fast gusts that Chris has been talking about, winds over 80 miles an hour. This report right here over just northeast of Shambaugh, 84 miles per hour reported by a personal station. So we're still seeing the effects of some of these strong storms that have been pushing through. It has had a history with these severe reports, with these thunderstorms and these tornado warnings that we've had there, Chris.
Okay, Logan. On top of that, southern Iowa, you were hit hard pretty strongly here 2 nights ago with some very heavy rain. That's going to be one thing we're going to track as we continue on through tonight, is how much rainfall are we going to be seeing? Because there is, and we're kind of overlaid with the tornado watch here too, but if you take that out of the picture, you see the green, and that actually noses up into the US 34 corridor as well, and that's a flood watch that we do have, and we'll be watching for some heavy rainfall. I think we could get up into the 2 to 3 inch range here from storms for tonight. Normally, I think we could handle 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. However, 2 nights ago, this same area saw 4, 5, 6 inches of rainfall. So they have a limited tolerance to how much this area can withstand before we start running into significant flash flooding risks. And at this point, we don't have any flash flood warnings, but it is something that is there in the back of our minds that we need to pay attention to very closely as we continue on. The best storm structure right now is smack dab over Taylor County, and I am convinced that there's some stronger wind here right through this area. Along Highway 2, down to the south, south and west of Bedford, I think is where our strongest wind is at the moment. And there's a history that this was 84 miles per hour in strength back south of Clarinda. So while the official warning now is only there for 70, we can see this pulse upwards in a hurry. The storm has a history of over 90 miles per hour back into Nebraska. So that's thunderstorm wind, and no doubt that's going to create some issues here. Just going to take a little bit of a look close in. South of Bedford is where we have the best circulation, though it is broad at the moment. So we're looking at this area, 148, moving ever so slightly to the south and east. These lighter blues are where we're seeing something stronger on the outbound winds here. So we'll have to watch right along the Missouri border. I think right here, south of Bedford, looks to be the best circulation as it pertains to anything tornadic. Logan?
Yeah, and they were just talking about that in the National Weather Service chat there, this rotation that you can see. Now, we have that broad rotation, like Chris was saying, over Taylor County, but of increasing interest is going to be that tighter circulation just near the Iowa-Missouri border near Hopkins, which looks to be lifting into Iowa here shortly, but it's still going to be within that tornado warning box. That is until 6:45, but starting to see some increasing in rotation around with that red and green there. That green is going towards the radar, which is heading to Des Moines, and that red is going away from the radar. So we're starting to see some of that rotation crossing in over into the Iowa border there, Chris.
Okay, Logan, thank you very much. What I have up on screen is the thunderstorm energy. Just kind of going over the synopsis that we have here today. This is the area that got a chance to recharge the atmosphere the best, especially along I-80 and points southwards in southern and southwestern Iowa. Otherwise, it's been a fight with the clouds as you move north of Highway 20. So this is where we have the best energy to work with, but also where we have the best wind parameters set up through the atmosphere to work for our tornadic status. And you really see that especially more pronounced down into northwest Missouri. So some of this is trying to move across the border. And certainly with the last scan that I just saw here off screen with that circulation down near Hopkins, this is really starting to tighten up here a little bit south of Bedford. So this is going to be that area right now to watch right along the state border south of Bedford. That is going to be basically right at Linwood Avenue and then sampling things State Highway. Okay, and so the Missouri and Taylor Street as well. That's where we have the best area of circulation. I believe our shear detection should start to show some of this here shortly if it's not already, and it is. So we have very strong winds moving out of the thunderstorm right now and a bit feeding us right into that kidney bean too, right where we're going to be watching for that best area, so that inflow is coming in right here and the outbound wind is stronger. So we'd be watching right along the Missouri border, maybe just a bit north of it for something on the ground, Logan.
Yeah, I was tracking that shear detection with that one's crossing over from Hopkins. You can see some of that blue there like Chris was showing earlier. Now places where this could be heading towards, taking that direction more into Iowa, blocked in about 6:45 p.m., Reading 6:54, Benton 7:02, 7:14 from Mount Airy and Kellerton 7:32. That's out of that tornado warned box heading into outside of that tornado warning, but something we could look out to in case that does start to form more and still push with that strength that we have been seeing. I'll take a look back here at our storm relative velocity, see if we can see some of that rotation still on that tighter end here with that red and green. Still seeing that nice couplet working there just now and going into the Iowa border. We'll take a little zoom in there across that area, see if there's any roads. But make sure, if you are seeing some of these areas, get into your safe place now, your action plan. So whether that is the most interior room of your house, if you are in a single level house, or if you do have a basement, make sure to get into your basement. But Linwood Avenue, looks like that rotation is directly above you. And I'll zoom out and see if there's any other roads here. So getting into 310th Street, Montana Avenue, Maryland Avenue, Orange Avenue, 315th Street, 317th Street. Starting to see some of that rotation getting into your place as well, and also getting into about Missouri Taylor and State Highway E across that area. So working into those areas there, Chris.
We haven't heard any reports, thank you Logan, of any damage, anything like that. We have had a couple of recent hail reports, but that was even Page County. But that strongest area of wind right now is over western Taylor County. I have a tornado watch up on screen. This lasts until 10 o'clock. And this is over southwestern Iowa. As I mentioned earlier, that's where we had the best recharge occur in the atmosphere here for today. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued now out over portions of Ringgold County, so it does include Taylor and Ringgold County as well. We'll go ahead and sample that, get the details up for you. This is going to be for hail sized up to 1.5 inches in diameter. That's ping pong ball sized hail, and the tornado possible tag, so tracking that circulation that is still back into that tornado warning. Wind speed up to 60 miles per hour, and I think we've lowered it slightly because we haven't had any ground truth as of late that that wind is significantly reaching the ground. Big hook on this thing, Logan, I'm seeing on your screen. I'm going to go over to you and you can show the folks at home.
Yeah, we're starting to see that little kink on the reflectivity here, just basing around there, that little kidney beam, but that's really what that rotation is. We'll take a look here. I'll bring up the storm relative velocity around that area there. You can still see some of that rotation behind that red and green there. So we have that green that's going towards Des Moines and that red that's pushing away. That's what we're getting, this little rotation of area just southeast of Bedford, heading into Highway 2 and working its way over into more parts of Iowa, getting into Benton, Highway 2 as well. But we still have that rotation just getting out of Hopkins, crossing over from the Missouri over into Iowa now, inside that tornado horned box that we do have until 6:45 there, Chris.
All right, Logan, just popping up on screen, I do have kind of the strength of those winds that you were just highlighting within that couplet. So up to about 43 miles per hour inbound into Iowa, and outbound of Iowa, 38 miles per hour. So you do the contrast on that. That's about 80 miles per hour over the span of about 3 miles. Now, there is some tightening in here on the north side of the border, and I think that's going to be the prime placement, especially with respect to the velocity signal here, where we watch into that kidney beam. This one appears to be rain-wrapped. It would be right here is where we're tracking for that tornadic potential. So this one is solidly into the rain. And if this new scan is correct, I would put that placement a little bit further to the north now, as this one lifts a little bit more northerly through the polygon than the initial circulation that we were tracking along with it. So I don't have any new data now, but again, what I'd suggest is that this pulled a little bit further to the north. Generally a rural area of Taylor County, and as we zoom into the street level here, this is going to be the area I'd be watching now would be closer to Orange and 290th, as this one lifts to the north. In fact, here's the newest data. It's a little bit further south of Orange towards 300th. But this is going to be lifting north. We have that peaking that's a little bit closer together here, south and east of Bedford. Not much for communities down in this area. Generally rural, southern, and southeastern Taylor County continue to be seeking shelter at this point.
Yeah, and I was taking a look quick also behind that rotation. We're still see some chances for some hail getting up to about 1 3/4 inches, so getting about to golf ball size, but mainly ping pong size hail that could be hitting into Bedford right now, just south of Gravity and just north of that Iowa-Missouri border. I'll take a little zoom in there where we could be seeing some of that hail working its way across through Bedford, getting into Lake Road, State Road, heading into Quail Avenue, and along Highway 2 as well. So some of that more strong hail that's behind the storm here that we've seen has had a history of getting up to 1.5-inch hail, which is about ping pong ball size, and also 1-inch hail reports there as well there. Chris?
Okay, so I'm going to back up the reflectivity a little bit. You've really seen that outflow dominance take over and wrap up into that hook. And I'm just going to loop it here over the last 30 minutes slowly, so you can get a sense on what I'm talking about here. And I'll point it out with the arrow here on screen. You can kind of see how that rush has caught up to the inflow of that storm. This can be a signal of very strong wind, mind you, and it does have a history of that. But also, when it wraps around, it tries to kick up that circulation. We can certainly see that as a possibility. We have heard from storm spotters out in the field that there is a little bit of a lowering with this, maybe not necessarily a wall cloud, but a strong meso circulation associated with it. That is to say that storm level circulation is intense right now, and it is overall dropped the bases of the storm down just a little bit. Over to the velocity picture we go here. West of Platteville is where we're watching. Athelstan to the north and west of you. We'll be watching right here as this one continues to lift basically north and east. And Logan, I see you have the same thing up. If you can, I want you to throw a track on this, maybe widen your view out just a touch. And since this one is kind of moving a different direction than previously thought, I want everyone to know who's in line for the circulation.
Yeah, so I'll take it right to about the end of that box there. But it looks like at Platteville, heading here about 6:34. But getting along to that rotation that we're seeing here, Highway 2 some parts of those areas are going to be getting affected. I'll take also another zoom back in here. Let me select that quick, but still seeing some of that broad rotation getting into Platteville soon. So Quail Avenue, get into your safe places. Also people along Highway 2, Utah Avenue, and just getting onto the edge of that box there. Make sure you have that action plan and get into your safe place, as we do have this rotation that has could produce a tornado there, push more into the northeast that has crossed over from Missouri now since into Iowa, into Taylor County. And we're starting to see some of that rotation really start to flick up in the past couple of scans there. Chris?
All right, coming back to me, Logan, I've kind of isolated where that circulation is and what's expected. So Platteville, safe place, please. Clearfield, 658 will be near you. 639 for Platteville, beg your pardon. 706 in Diagonal if this one continues to hold, and way on down the line we start to pull this closer into Union County as well, and Tingley and Arisp with time. Okay, so this is cycling up into something a little bit bigger here that I've seen as of recent, Logan, and it's strong at this juncture. We're looking at some of the rotational components, and last check, we're going to sample the warning. I have to get the warning off screen here, 1 second. And as we sample this data, this is suggesting some very strong winds, 41 inbound, 46 outbound, so we're now up to 87 miles per hour. And this is not over as long of a distance as prior we were kind of watching, 4 miles to watch. So that would go well with kind of that lowering that we were told by spotters out there, and certainly looks a little bit more potent than it did just 10 minutes or so ago, I would say. Logan?
Yeah, I was just taking a look, seeing if there was some other stuff around here. I'll take a look at our shear detection, see if we can start picking up a lot more of that rotation, but still heading near Blockton, getting into Highway 2 and getting to Platteville. You can see that shear detection still, past couple scans, it's still been prominent moving across, going from that Missouri over into Iowa border. We're still seeing that nice blue circle going across the area. So we're still seeing a lot of that rotation that has caused that lowering through, where people were reporting a funnel cloud earlier, but still pushing through into the area there, Chris.
So we're kind of watching this as we're now getting to the edge of that tornado warned area, and how are we going to handle this as we move forward? We have another 14 minutes left on this tornado warning. It is 6:31 right now. This one lasts until 6:45. There's that newest data coming in, and I'll just sample that for you. That the pink colors, excuse me, I got the warnings up on screen. I got to take those off here first. Those pink colors, that's when we start talking about something getting up towards 50 or even 60 miles per hour. 55 is the sampling there, and then contrasted coming in. It doesn't look like it's going to be quite as strong, but 34 miles per hour. So we're up to 90 miles per hour for that shearing effect over a larger distance, but certainly is out there. Southeast of Bedford is where we have that rotation, lifting to the north and east, closer to Highway 2. Latest check on where the circulation, the bounds are, basically right across Quail Avenue, about the 300th intersection as well, but a couple blocks east and west from that intersection is where we have this broad but strong circulation. Oftentimes we're talking about the circulation being bright and tight. So bright, those vivid colors, and then tight together, almost kissing, if you will. And when you start to see kind of the inverted V against each other, that's when you know you have something significant. All right, newly issued tornado warning in place here that does extend into Ringgold County now. Let's show the details on that. This goes until 7:30, so we have another hour-long tornado warning that we're going to track this. It is in tandem with that circulation that we've been tracking, especially more prominently over the last 10 minutes. And also just south of the border, we have another tornadic circulation that comes right up to that Ringgold County line. We're going to be tracking that one as well. Logan, you have communities plotted on the screen, so let's take it over to you.
Perfect. Yeah, we have that rotation where they did issue this new tornado warning, and places that are going to be getting affected here. 642 for Platteville, 649 over in Blockton, Malloy 658, Benton 705, and then over Mount Air at 717. So places in this area, be ready to get in Platteville, get into your safe areas. We see this rotation work its way over through this tornado warning, and make sure that is the most interior part of your house. If you have a single level house or if you have a basement, make sure you get in your basement, but places with no windows as we start seeing this stronger rotation push its way over up into the more southern parts of Iowa there. Chris?
Okay, Logan, thank you very much. I do have the velocity picture up for you as well. And you remember just a few moments ago, I was talking about bright and tight. This is where I'm starting to be concerned. We have those bright pinks right across from those greens, and it's tight, and that inverted V. And while it's not perfect here, what we're watching, and ignore the arrowheads on this, but you have that brightening inverted V on either side. It almost looks like a bow tie right where those two meet, and that would be a concerning signal coming in as well. Maybe a bit of a contamination, but this is getting stronger, Logan. Just south and west of Platteville, that area of circulation, Quail Avenue and about 300th right now, this would be it. So I'm going to sample here, 113 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. That may have just a little bit of some contamination to it, but even if it's just a little bit, that is a strong signal. We had the 45 on the inbound, that's outbound, and I'm trying to sample here into the light blue. 39, 68 heading inbound, so that gets you to that 113 shear. That's going to be concerning. So we do have that tornado warning that was issued downstream. And so now we have these 2 tornado warnings in place. We need to continue to seek shelter in these areas. And the 2 do overlap, so when that next one drops off the screen here in 11 minutes, we're still fully covered in the southeastern Taylor County vicinity. Blockton, Malloy, Mount Ayr, Clearfield. You need to be in your safe places here. We also have a signal that we could see some 60 mile per hour winds associated with this as well. So it's not just a tornado threat, Logan.
Yeah, let's take a look at the rotation here. We're still picking up, just crossing Quail Avenue now, heading Platteville, Utah Avenue. We still have that big circle of rotation with the more dark blue, but we're still a increasing signal for that tightness for what we're seeing on radar on our velocity vector here. It looks like that new scan just added more crossing now into Quail Avenue, which we still see that red and blue there, still have that little couplet touching each other, and that's going to be that rotation, green heading into Des Moines, that red moving out. So we're seeing that rotation now work its way closer into Platteville and getting into some of those streets down there, heading to Highway 2 there, Chris.
All it takes is one scan, Logan, and you can see something pulse upwards, and then the next minute it is right down trending the other way. I don't want to give a false sense of security there, but we're just kind of analyzing the radar along with you as the data comes in. And that next scan, I did back it up here just off screen to see if we're seeing anything in the debris detection. We were a long ways away from the radar last night, and we got a tornadic debris signature showing up on radar. So always cognizant of that. I'm not seeing anything at the moment, but that area of concern right now is going to be basically due west of Blockton, and I think this one is going to be rain wrapped about right in here, right at the tip of my arrow. That's the area of concern. So I'll show you that latest data coming in here, and that last one we saw, it was bright and it was tight, and well, it is still right up next to each other. It's not quite as potent as what it once was, 59 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. So usually when we start to see that brightening, it gives you a higher confidence that something may be trying to drop down to the ground. So in an instance like this, maybe something brief and pulse-like, haven't heard of anything down on the ground, but still a significant lowering underneath this storm from storm spotters out there on a widespread scale. So nothing pinpointed like a wall cloud, but all it takes is just a couple of moments to get this on down to the ground, Logan.
Yeah, I was taking a look here back at our shear detection. It looks like still seeing some of that over working its way over Quail Avenue over the past few scans. And on the hail side, we're starting to see a little bit of, not the more intense, but still getting up to about over an inch of hail crossing past through Bedford, getting into Highway 2, heading near Platteville. Just behind that rotation that we're seeing, that swath of blue, potentially some good size hail getting over an inch, just right behind that rotation that we're seeing there, Chris.
Okay, Logan, yeah, you mentioned the hail. Sometimes when you see that, we can we can talk about the sky kind of changing eerie colors when that happens. So that's something that may be happening out there with the hail. Haven't had a lot of reports, frankly, from this system. This storm as it's moved through Taylor County. Not to say something isn't happening. In fact, if you do have a report, you can pass it along to us. Of course, we want your safety to be first and foremost here, but you can send us your reports. All you have to do is text us at 515-457-1026. I'll put that number up on screen for you so you can actually see that. We want you to be safe, but anything you can pass along from out in the field, that can only help those further down the line. We saw a lot of help last night into northern Iowa where we had several tornado reports. So keep that in mind. We want you to be safe, though. If you are in that red shaded area of eastern Taylor and western Ringgold County, Blockton, Diagonal, Mount Ayr included, and Clearfield, Malloy, you need to be seeking shelter. The area we're watching, I believe right here, there is a lowering of the reflectivity. That's the inflow coming into the storm, and the reds circling around. That's the outflow of the storm. The two together, the cold outflow, the warm, moist inflow, can condense out and spin up one of those tornadoes very easily. Since I have you here, let's go to the velocity picture and show you the latest scan that's coming in. A little bit brighter, right up tight, and just off screen I got a new piece of data as well, and that's going to continue on. 82 miles per hour back to back. Platteville, please seek shelter. You need to be in your safe places right now, as this one is pretty much right on top of you. That circulation right down Tennessee Avenue and about 290th Street, right about that intersection, so about a mile south of town. This one will be approaching Utah Avenue as it a little bit of a bigger highway there out into southeastern Taylor County. But that next scan coming in is going to show continuance of this circulation as this one lifts to the north and east. I'll back it up a couple of scans. This one pretty much to the north and east right now. That's going to be about that component, the way we're going. So this one continues on. Benton, Delphos, close to the Mount Ayr area, Blockton. Don't want you to let your guard down either at this point.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Just also a little bit up there, we're starting to see some storms develop back, not into our viewing area yet, but we are starting to see some showers getting to a county away, almost into Cass County. Some potential for some severe thunderstorms up there. But yeah, that main threat right now is going to be this rotation that we're seeing with the tornado warning. With this tornado warning that ends at 7:30 p.m. and still just seeing some of that more stronger rotation now getting into Platteville, getting into Utah Avenue over Tennessee. Oh, there comes our next scan there. So we still have that red and that green still showing some of that circulation. So if you are in Platteville, make sure you are in your safe place. Utah Avenue, 280th Street, just getting about those crossroads they're crossing, heading into Vale and to Chester and 280th Street as well for that rotation that's going through there. Chris?
All right, Logan, so the newest scan is in, as you mentioned, and I have it up on screen. It might be just a little bit further north of that arrow that I previously drew, but southeast of Platteville. That's where we want you to be safe at this point. One thing you can do is just leave us on, or take us on your phone, the We Are Iowa app, and get into your safe place. Lowest level, interior room, permanent structure, preferably into a basement if you have one. Recognize not everyone does, but a small closet or a bathroom is usually a good place. Something without windows, and if you can always put objects between you and the outside. The more things you have between you and the outside, the better for your safety. So, nothing confirmed, and on the ground this is radar indicated over southeastern Taylor County. Just want to jump back down into Missouri here briefly and just keep an eye on what's happening as this moves northeast of the Maryville area. Looks like we still have a bit of a circulation there west of Parnell. And this is lifting to the north and east as well. So we'll still have to watch out over southeast Taylor County and eventually into Ringgold County if that one continues to hold. That latest data, this is rain wrapped. I don't think we're going to be able to see all too much down into this area. But west of Blockton, that's where we have that circulation at this point. Radar indicated tornado. This lasts until 6:45.
Yeah, and then for the bigger picture, we do have a tornado watch. This is going to be for south of the I-80 corridor and mostly west of the I-35 corridor. This is until 10 p.m., so we have a couple hours left for this tornado watch. We're starting to see working into Taylor and heading into more Ringgold and Union County for some of the circulations that we're seeing. But we still have this tornado watch for portions of Iowa, so make sure that you stay aware if you are in this tornado watch in case any of the severe weather heading into Clark and Decatur County and Adair. Starting to see that work more into your area there, Chris.
Okay, just taking a look at the latest data, and that area of rotation now is working its way just north and west of Blockton. Basically between Platteville and Blockton, this is the latest data coming in, and that red is moving away, the blue is moving towards. We're gate-to-gate shear at 75 miles per hour, so right next to each other. That gives us a higher confidence of a tornadic potential, and I believe this is in the rain, so I don't believe you're going to be able to see all too much. So if you keep your eye on that spot, this is solidly into the rain. The leading edge of that rain is about 5 miles further out ahead.
Chris,
so,
I still think you have stuck on me, so send over your way.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Logan. Yeah, appreciate that. But as we take a look here near Platteville, I'll just go over it again for you. This is about the area where that tornadic circulation is. Now watch as we go over to the velocity picture, and you'll see here that that's where that circulation is. It is deep within that rainfall. And as I mentioned, I sampled this one here not too long ago. Gate-to-gate shear, 75 miles per hour. I'll get over to the storm relative, and this will maybe give us a little bit of a cleaner look. And yeah, still kind of signaling the same here. Looking off screen, this is a decent signal of a tornado, though. I believe this is back within the rain itself. 72 miles per hour gate to gate. This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking bright and tight, right next to each other. Those two pixels, the two brightest pixels, are right next to each other and kissing. So it gives us a higher confidence that there is a concern. This one's going to be moving close to Highway P14 in the next few minutes. I'd say the next 5 minutes as it approaches Highway 2, moving to the north and east towards Malloy. Continue to seek shelter at this point. One thing I'm going to do here is quickly the debris detection, see if we see anything worth noting, and I just do not, and that's a good thing at this point, Logan.
Yeah, it looks like that one tornado warning might have been taken out there. Let me take a look here back at the warnings. They took out that one that expires at 6:30. Looks like we're just left now with this tornado warning that's until 7:34. That rotation that we're seeing getting there just over Platteville. I'll bring that rotation up just back here. We'll take some places across the area. So still have that rotation near just northwest of Blockton. So getting into Yellowstone Avenue, getting into Winchester, Taygold Avenue, County Highway P14, 280th Street, just crossing over that area. Heading into Malloy here soon, so make sure if you're in Malloy, get into your safe place now for County, also Highway P27, but also getting into Benton here soon with that rotation that is working its way northeast there, Chris.
Okay, so we do have the only report from wind out of Taylor County is about 45 miles per hour. Taking a look at here, back into town, and this happened a few minutes ago, so closer to 6:25 is when that came in. So there could be some stronger pulses within, but there's also that tornadic circulation that we're watching. Will be interesting to see how Blockton reacts into the next few minutes or so here. So let me back things up so we can catch our bearing. That rotation is starting to pull closer to the Ringgold County line, basically north of Blockton right now, kind of washed out in its feature compared to the last scan. So that's a good trend, and hopefully we can keep that one going. Sometimes when we see that, when you get these circulations that are rain-wrapped, can actually recycle on you and spin up something new a little bit further down the line. So once again, another area, key components we're going to be watching is maybe down here at the Missouri-Iowa border, right where Ringgold and Taylor County come into the state border. There's also still that circulation down there towards Parnell that we're keeping an eye on. This one's lifting to the north and east. That would have a line into Ringgold County over southern portions of the county south of Mount Ayr. So two circulations at the moment we're watching, one within the coverage area as this crosses into Ringgold County right now.
Yeah, and I was taking a look here at some of the shear detection. So we still do have some of those bigger rotations that we've seen near Platteville. But like what Chris is talking about, the secondary rotations, we're starting to see cross from the Missouri over into the Iowa border with that secondary one, and then back over in Parnell as well. Some smaller rotation, but we're starting to see an uptick working our way over into Missouri, into Iowa. Some circulations that we are going to be watching continuing throughout the day as well. Take a look back here at our storm relative velocity, see if there's anything else. But it looks like that rotation that you said, Chris, has broadened out a little bit, but we can't always tell with the rain wrapped ones could always develop that other one there, Chris.
We had a decent little lowering of the reflectivity when that intensity of the couplet was a little bit stronger, and that's what you'd expect. All right, we have confirmation now. This is now confirmed tornado in the latest warning that has come out. Tornado confirmed. Let me get the details. I'm just seeing this from the first time. This is going to be over Blockton, about 12 miles southwest of Mount Ayr, moving north and east at about 35 miles per hour. So we now have a confirmed tornado. This appears to be rain wrapped, though. Quite possibly from that circulation that we had, that we were showing you just moments ago. That is why we are with you. I know sometimes it seems like we're talking about redundant things, but it can happen in an instant where that tornado will drop down to the ground here. So we do have a confirmed tornado right now on the ground near Blockton, moving into Ringgold County. So this one is moving to the north and east. I would say the area that we were tracking with that rotation was just north. So we'll go ahead and put the track on this, moving to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. Here's who needs to be seeking shelter. Benton. This one will be near you by 7:03. We're currently at 6:49. Mount Ayr, 7:13. This one will be into town. And then this continues to move on towards Tingley, getting out of the bounds of this tornado warning. But still, this has been a persistent circulation since this was way back into southeastern Nebraska. So this one has been with us for a good long while. Latest data coming in, it certainly would be rain wrapped if this one is still on the ground. Looks like we have some broad rotation at this point, but just a couple of scans ago, this was a lot tighter. I'm going to back it up, and you see it right there, northwest of Blockton. And it was actually a couple of scans. I'm not getting all the data in at this point, but now that area of rotation is between Blockton and Benton. That's where that tornado would be if it is still currently on the ground, Logan.
Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center also quickly, I just wanted to note here, they did add 4 more counties into that tornado watch until 10 p.m. So they have added Appanoose, Lucas, Monroe, and Wayne County, just heading more west of the east of that I-35 corridor. They have added these 4 counties into the tornado watch. That is until 10 p.m. there, Chris.
Okay, we are into Ringgold County now with that area of circulation. Wind reports way back west, we did reach over 80 miles per hour with this storm, but it has not given us any indication that we're still reaching up to that threshold, but it did have a history back into Nebraska as well. We'll pull into the latest wind gusts now that this storm is moving into Blockton. 22 miles per hour is what we've seen with this one so far, and we'll be curious and we'll be watching how this one goes with response in the next few minutes as this storm moves through. Here's the weak echo region. So this would be the kidney bean that is a favorable spot for seeing the tornado. I put it about right here at my arrowhead if we are watching. The shear detection is not near as potent as it once was. In fact, it's kind of pulsing out over a few different areas. But you saw this one kind of moving its way east and north and east, and now washing out with response to those latest scans. My confidence level is not too high that this one is actually still on the ground, but I do believe we did have a touchdown in response to this one being a little bit tighter as it was passing over Blockton about 15 minutes ago. That best area of rotation right now, that's coming up within a couple of miles of Highway 2, just southwest of Benton. It looks like right over Malloy, and this is going to be at County Road J43 and about 125th Avenue to West Street. So right over Malloy is where we have this rotation, rain-wrapped, potential tornado still on the ground. Logan?
Yeah, it looks like Des Moines National Weather Service over in Des Moines did receive a report from a trusted source of a confirmed tornado 7 miles southeast of Bedford, with the circulation heading north of Blockton, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So that is where we got that observed tornado from. They did get a report from a trusted source just southeast of Bedford heading through there. So that circulation that we have been seeing that has been capable of producing a tornado there, Chris.
Okay, that's going well back, in fact, even before we saw that tightening. So something potentially, coming in and out, being more likely. Let me see here if I can throw the storm reports up. And you see where that tornado report was, right? We were talking about the pulsing. When this warning came out, the confirmed tornado said 14 miles southwest of Mount Ayr. This is much further than 14 miles southwest of Mount Ayr. This is 22 miles away, closer to Bedford, in fact. So as we back things up, that confirmed tornado probably stemmed from closer to 653 or so, right about here where we had a strong pronounced hook in the data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to back up the velocity just to get a sense on what this one looked like as it was back here. So yeah, right about here, that's where we had some of the brightening in the data, southeast of Bedford. That's when we got that one confirmed, that storm report coming in nearby with that. I can't plot it because it's not there yet. But watch that spot. It'll come out very nearby. Okay, so right when we have those brightenings in the velocity data, that's when you really need to pay attention to what's going on. That gives us a higher confidence that that tornado threat is certainly rising in those instances, Logan.
Yeah, and just taking a look there. Yep, there's time estimated about 640, at least put in that. Let me see. It looks like they did another one, or looks like it might have just been the same one that they put out there for that tornado report. But still starting to see some that circulation still across that area in the tornado warning here. This one has about 30 minutes left on it, but still just getting into Benton, Delphos, Malloy as well. Some of that rotation going across the area. Still on the broader side, though, I agree what we're seeing here, Chris.
Okay, so tornado confirmed is the latest with this storm as it's now pushing into Ringgold County. Malloy, you need to be seeking shelter right now. That's where the best area of circulation is. Benton is up next to be able to see this one. And you see that newest data coming in, that kidney bean action. This is where the storm is getting its fuel from, right here in this weak echo region that is running out over Benton closer to Mount Ayr. So we should see this one coming into Mount Ayr very shortly. And then wrapping around the outside, that's the outflow of this storm, and it can wrap around. The two combined, that's where we start talking about the fuel meeting that colder air. And just like that, we have a peaking in the data now coming into view. So this gives us a higher confidence that maybe something is starting to poke back down to the ground. Malloy, Benton, anywhere north of Delphos, you need to be seeking shelter. Highway 2 from Benton to Mount Ayr, you need to be in your safe places. Logan, I need to send it to you for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I was going to take a look here. Just, west of Delphos here, heading into Benton, but County Highway P27, but getting crossed now almost into Highway 2. With the latest scan, we've seen that more of that bright green, that bright red. So we could be seeing that start to lower again with that stronger intensity with the rotation. So places, people in P27, make sure you are in your safe spot heading into the area. I'll take a little zoom back out here, and I'll track this one again and see places across this area with the tornado warning. So I'll overlay that tornado warning that it is with right there, but I'll take this quick and we'll get a little tracker on it, getting places into the area a little bit on the broader side to finish the one. So been about 7 p.m. next year, the next couple 5 minutes, because it could start seeing some of this rotation in here. But especially if you're in Mount Ayr, to get ready to be in your safe place or get into there now. But I'll zoom back in near Benton, get into that safe place. Malloy, still stay in that safe place. County Highway P27, 160th Avenue. Places getting into Benton Main Street, Highway 2, 175th Avenue, 240th. Starting to see that rotation tick back up again. I'll see if our shear detection has picked that up as well across that area. Still seeing some of that blue shades just over and north of Malloy here, but still that's probably moved more into here on County Highway P27 across there. But we still see still rain wrapped because it's behind a lot of that rain there, but we still do have a little bit of that kink, but could be that rotation heading into Benton there, Chris.
All right, Logan, and you can see on my screen as it comes up, and it actually just changed, 38 miles per hour gate to gate, 64 miles per hour gate to gate as a resample. We're getting the newest data in. That's a strong signal. Still, Benton, you need to be in your safe places. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground, or at least has been. We haven't heard recent reports that anything is still on the ground.
I would like to say, Chris, they did, Ringgold County Emergency Management did receive a report on the ground south of Benton. So,
okay.
They just reported that in the last minute.
So tornado still on the ground. We're still confirmed, and all it takes is that instant. Thank you, Logan. That instant for this to spin up. So this is solidly in the rain. You're not going to be seeing anything inside right now. Benton, anywhere over Highway 2 towards Mount Air. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground within the last couple of moments. So we still have that threat in there, and you need to be seeking shelter. I would expect that we see something a little bit further downstream here coming shortly, as we're now well through this tornado warning box here as we get the latest data in, and we're going to want to get out ahead of this one. Still seeing that signal. I'm getting new data just off screen here. That signal is still showing that we have something that is favorable for seeing a tornado down on the ground. So here's a look near Benton. I'm just going to sample it for you because this is getting rather strong, 77 miles per hour gate to gate. So most recent report is just south of Benton. You said there that we had something on the ground, Logan, was it?
Yep, that's what Ringgold County
just
EM
south
said,
of Benton. Yes. So thank you to the emergency management of Ringgold County. Their spotters have been out for the last 30 minutes. Across the county, we're tracking this one. You need to be in your safe places. All right, Logan, what do you got for me here?
Nothing too much. Still looks like that next scan came in. We can see reports of that moving, getting over more eastern part of Benton. Some of that green and red there, so it can see more in that intensity get up and get down as well. But we did have that reports of a tornado still possibly working its way through, crossing into Highway 2 here in near moments. But places County Highway P20. Let me get that one. P33 getting near into Mount Air as well. Delfer about 255th Street, 169 Highway 2, 208th Avenue. We're still starting to see some of this rotation here coming across the area there, Chris.
Okay, Logan, we have that latest data in becoming a little bit more broad, but it's still awfully tight. And so when we start to see that broadening, get a little bit less confidence that maybe something is down or it's expanding and growing bigger. The can go either way, but given the speeds that we're talking, we're seeing this maybe retract a little bit, but it can instantly pulse back down. So the latest confirmation was about 5 minutes ago, something still on the ground. We'll continue to treat it as such. We're just analyzing that data with you. So right around Benton is right now where that threat is. We're looking east towards Mount Air. We'll want to pay close attention to this one. So anywhere from about County Road P27 to where U.S. Highway 169 reaches Highway 2. That's where we're seeing that large-scale circulation overhead, and that's given us that confirmation that something is on the ground, Logan.
Yeah, I'm taking here a look at shear detection. Still seeing south of Benton some of that weak rotation that's still with that blue circle, still working its way more now over into here as we're having the latest stuff come in, but still working its way south of Benton where that tornado was confirmed by emergency management, working its way through Benton into more eastern parts of Benton, but getting crossed into Highway 2, but now working its way over 160th Avenue, heading to 170th Mount Air, getting to 175th Avenue, and getting into places around south and east of Benton there, Chris.
Okay, the outbound wind is a little bit stronger in this latest data. So while it's not peaking right next to each other, we still have some strong contrast. 62 miles per hour heading towards the radar site and 20 miles per hour heading away. So that's still 80 miles per hour over a span of about 3 miles or so, as this one is west of Mount Air. I'm going to back up the data here just a little bit, and we'll see how this one has taken shape. It's been kind of pulsing stronger, a little bit weaker as it's moved to the north and east, as you continue to see the time tick by in the upper right of your screen. it can recycle, it can re-strengthen, it can form a new area to watch down on that hook appendage out ahead. But right now, this is in the rain west of Mount Air. I don't think you're going to be seeing all too much. Briefly, we haven't done it for a while, so let's take a look and see if we can see anything in the debris detection. While there is some slight lowering, I'd like to see a little bit more to be able to confirm something based on that. But the area I'd be watching right here, that's a little bit further back to the west of where we're seeing the circulation as a whole. Another touchdown, it seems, south of Benton, previously southeast of Bedford. So this storm, the circulation has a history of producing a tornado. I will tell you that we do have additional storms further to the north, and while we're not necessarily talking too much about them, that's because there's just not the severity that there is with this southern edge of the line. That's where we have the best dynamics today. We went into this afternoon thinking southern Iowa would kind of steal the show, so to speak. We didn't get a chance to recharge the best up to the north. We'll continue to watch it as you're looking outside on our West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5. This is looking down into the storms south and west of our studios in West Des Moines. So we'll continue to monitor all locations. In fact, we have our Sky Tracker 5s here. One of our cameras not working at the moment, but we're going to be tracking things from downtown Des Moines, West Des Moines, and from the Knoxville Raceway. We also have our spotters out in the field that are providing us some reports. There was a well-defined shelf cloud with this storm coming in out of Taylor County. Inside, though, this is a spinning mezzo, and inside there's been signal that we are seeing this one pulse down to the ground with a tornado periodically. That greatest area of concerns crossing Highway 2 about halfway between Benton and Mount Air. This is lifting to the north and east. So Logan, as I get ready to come back to you, why don't you go ahead and get set for a track on this to the north and east. It's been a few minutes since we've been doing that here as we've been tracking this one.
Yeah, it looks like the only place that wanted to pick up there was Mount Air at 7:08, but I'll try this again, see if we can get that circulation going across the area. Just to pick up again. We're starting to see, take it out a little bit across this area, but Mount Air about 7:08, Elston about 7:30, but places around in between these areas definitely to look out for as well. We'll zoom in here just past this rotation coming across, see if I can take that off the screen real quick. Looks like it doesn't want to just yet, so I'll refresh this quickly, Chris.
All right, Logan, just sent you a message as well to check out. So what I will do, I'll go ahead and take you through that. The area of circulation right now is just north of Highway 2. Is moving to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. So from that circulation, Mount Air, please be in your safe place at this point. This is moving north and east right now at 35 miles per hour. So Mount Air, 7:08, that's about right now. Elston, 7:26 will be near you. Grand River by 9:35 as that one works out into Decatur County and eventually Murray as well out of the scope there into Clark County, the western side of Clark County by 9:53. Kind of broadened out here, and that's a good trend. Don't want to completely say we're out of the woods here, but that is a good trend. Also, just of note, there is kind of an anticyclonic circulation tucked back into the rain as well. That is worthy of watching because that is bright and tight as well. That would be an abnormal location to see something of interest as it pertains to a tornado, but never say never with this one as well. So that would be north of Malloy that we'd watch, kind of on the back side. It's been a while since we've been able to do that. We actually just extended that tornado warning, still confirmed. They're saying in this instance, briefly here, 40 miles per hour for that wind gust in Blockton. I want to check back in and see that one. So this new tornado warning, we just put a track on it for you, lasts until 7:45. Clark, Decatur, Ringgold, and Union counties included on that. This is still giving us that tornado confirmed tag, so there's still some eyes out there in the field saying that this one is going to be down, perhaps still stemming from what happened south of Benton, but still this one is giving us a higher confidence that it is still on the ground. This tornado is located near Elston in Beaconsfield. It will be near you around 7:15 is what it's saying at this point. So the tornado was located near Mount Ayr, moving to the north and east at 40 miles per hour. So just a tick faster than those times that I just gave you. Logan?
Yeah, I was just taking a look here at the velocity. I was trying to mess around with some stuff here, but still seeing some of that circulation. But yeah, that new tornado warning that has been observed, that's now heading into parts of Clark, Decatur, Ringgold, and Union County until 7:45 for an observed tornado that has had that history of producing a tornado, pushing through the area, now heading into some of those counties there for Clark, Decatur, Ringgold, and Union. Chris, is there anything else you're seeing?
No, it's pretty broad rotation in the grand sense of things, but we're still continuing with the tornado confirmed. This one from the circulation to watch is over Mount Ayr, and right now it looks a lot weaker than it was. That's a good trend, but right here north of Mount Ayr, right about Highway 169 by a mile, that's the area we're watching, the green. And I'm going to switch it to get off the storm relative. I'm right back to it. The green is heading to the north and to the north and east right now. And our reds are coming back to the south and west. So the area of circulation is kind of wrapping around right in this vicinity right here. So just north and east of Mount Ayr. That's our area to watch. As I zoom in, that area of circulation to pinpoint a little bit more closely for you, about 240th Avenue and 210th Street, just east of Highway 169. So a couple of confirmed touchdowns now that we're seeing, and still tracking a little bit of activity south of the border. And this will be interesting to watch to see how it transpires. Arena, a Reading area, and then we've had a persistent circulation coming in from the Parnell area that is just a couple miles south of the border as well, that are worthy of watching over the next 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, they took out some portions of that tornado warning in Taylor County, which is including Blockton, Platteville, and getting into Reading and also Bedford. So you are out of that tornado warning as of now, getting into the back end of that storm there. So you are able to get out of your safe places now, but places getting into Mount Ayr, heading more into Highway 169, heading into County Highway P64, P68, Beaconsfield, Grand River, start getting into those safe places now, whether it is the most interior room if you only have one floor or you have only one main floor with no windows, or if you do have a basement, make sure you do get into your basement as well for this tornado warning. That's going to be until 7:45 going through those parts of areas there, Chris.
Okay, just to kind of catching up with chatter via the National Weather Service chat, and I'll just read them through. You have tornado over 169 and J25. It's been bouncing around on the ground. So the latest report was 7:04 north of Mount Ayr, that this one was still kind of bouncing around on the ground. I do think the trend, at least on the velocity, is going the right way, but this one's still been able to persist despite that. Now, about 15 minutes or so ago, we had a pretty strong signal as this one was south of Benton, that this one was on the ground, still producing a tornado about 7:04 right here. And by then, that circulation is just north and east of Mount Ayr. And it doesn't look all too impressive, but sometimes it can overcome. I think we're trending the right way here as it pertains to the velocity picture, but we're still keeping things on the ground, and that's giving us that tornado confirmation, that pink coloring on our tornado warning. So heads up on down the line. Anyone in this pink shading needs to be seeking shelter. This tornado's been bouncing around now for the last 15 and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I was taking a look here at some of the storm relative velocity, but still seeing some of that rotation going across the Mount Ayr place. I'm going to make sure I have this set up, but still some of that rotation here. I'll take a look at the shear detection going across. You can still see some of that more blue still picking up a little bit on that area. So it has seen that history of going down and then back up and down and back up. So this is still something we're looking out for. Make sure you do get into your safe place there, Chris.
Okay, Logan, and just one other brief note, there have been some lightning strikes that have been pulsing up out well ahead of the storm, and I'm not sure if the radar is going to pull these individual strikes in or not, but we've been hearing and seeing, you see it right there over Warren County, these lightning strikes. This is not bad data. These are running out ahead of these storms, some 15, 20 miles. Another report near Sheraton. So just a heads up, a general heads up if you're outside and watching our coverage that there's still some lightning to be had. Running out well ahead of the storms. Well-defined shelf cloud as we kind of deal with a bowing segment now, stretching across Union down into Ringgold County. We'll watch the rear end of this and see if it can strengthen the winds. Still carrying our tornado warning now over the eastern portions of Ringgold County. And I'll say the velocity signal is not jumping off the page at me any longer here, but if we're watching an area, it's going to be right here, just to the north and east of Mount Air. A little bit of a closer look. I'm not getting my cities to populate. Logan, I'm going to send it over to you and see if you can get it done.
Yeah, they did put in a local storm report quick for just 5 miles north of Mount Air for multiple reports of tornadoes touching the confirmed tornadoes going past Highway 169 there. But I'll see if I can bring up the velocity there and have that picked up and see if we can see some of that rotation with cities going across the area there. See if going across through just north of Highway 169. Looks like not some of my stuff also doesn't want to load there. Chris, send it back to you.
That's all right. We can come back over to me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take you over here. I just want to show you on our power outages map down into Taylor County. It might be difficult for you to read, but 196 are out of power in Taylor County. That is 196 customers, not necessarily people. So 6% of the county dealing with that. So likely some strong winds there. And of course, we did have a report just west of Taylor County of 84 miles per hour south of Clarinda. Not seeing any official outages there into Page County, but it is something that we will continue to monitor as we progress. That can sometimes be an indication that we have some very strong winds when you start getting those power outages to come into play. And that can confirm it without any firsthand confirmation. So just doing it remotely, if you will. Tornado confirmed as of 7:04 north of Mount Air. We'll just briefly throw those reports up on the screen. And I don't have that latest one with it, Logan, but you definitely did. North of Mount Air is where we had that going on, where we had that confirmation. We don't see the kidney bean effect any longer as it sits on our screen. It's kind of washing out into be more of a linear mode here, so I'd be watching for some stronger winds to really take precedent with time. So north of Mount Air was the most recent confirmation. I'd put that area of circulation now a few miles to the north and east at this current juncture.
Yeah, now I was taking a look here with that tornado warning. If you are tuning in now, we do have that tornado watch for portions of southern Iowa heading now past Highway 35. We now include these 4 counties over here moving its way in, but still this is going to be until 10 p.m. for most parts of southern Iowa. As we're starting to see that shift over more into the east there, Chris.
Okay, back. I have the radar picture up on what we call the thunderstorm energy, and that best energy is over the central and southern portion of the state. The leading edge of these storms is really going to be the one we need to watch, and then as this trails off, we'll start watching northwest Missouri once again to see if it can pull in. Anything that moves in behind this line just does not have the energy necessary to chew on and produce those significant risks. So the way it looks with that storm over Ringgold County to me is now we're going to have to watch for maybe the quick spin-ups with tornadoes with it and maybe more of a wind-driven event. But even still, it's not giving us the significant tightening of the wind, the brightening of the colors, if you will. Logan, I'm going to need you to go a little longer duration while I take care of a little something back here, okay?
Yeah, it looks like they did take that tornado warning, or They issued one behind now for radar indicated for Ringgold and Taylor County. So this is behind the two ones that we have, those observed tornadoes getting into Blockton and Reading again. I'll take a quick look here at the storm relative velocity and see if there's anything we can pick up out of this. And it looks to be crossing into,
there it is.
Yep, into that Missouri-Iowa border, heading into Blockton. I'll take a quick zoom in on it here. See some roads. So Missouri Taylor Street, Winchester Avenue, Highway P14. Starting to see that rotation pick back up with some of those storms that we have seen a trend with going back from Missouri up into Iowa. The latest tornadoes that we have seen has had that history. So we're starting to see one more now, another couple that work its way over into Iowa, Missouri, now back into Iowa, crossing into Highway P14, Winchester Avenue. And I'll take some more streets here across this, getting to Yellowstone, Taygold, and 110th. This is for another tornado warning that has radar indicated rotation along just behind the two confirmed tornado warnings that have been issued, that are pushing ahead further. But we're starting to see more rotation now work its way back up into Blockton there. Chris.
Okay, Logan. That new area to watch. So this is kind of moving back way to the west again towards Blockton, so an area that we just tracked very closely for you. This is radar indicated. We just got a good look on where that circulation is. There's additional circulations west of Grant City as well that are worthy of watching. These have been trying to push their way northwards across the border overall. I'm just kind of analyzing the radar along with you. South of Blockton, there's an area to watch. And now we're watching that original circulation. It's not too impressive. West of Beaconsfield, northwest of Kellerton, over eastern Ringgold County. About right there. This is very broad. I would have a very low confidence that there's still something on the ground there, but we'll stay with you as long as this warning is in place. I do like the way things are going overall with that initial warning, but it has a history of tightening back up, loosening up, tightening back up, and when that happens, we see another instance where this is poking down to the ground. Logan?
Yeah, typically I have our shear detection up here. We're starting to see some increases in that rotation, especially on that storm we were just showing going from Missouri up over into Iowa. Some of that blue there, but taking a look down below here, heading into Missouri Highway 46, could be seeing some stronger rotation push up there that could get into the Iowa area here soon. I'll take a look at the storm relative velocity for that. We do have that red and green up there now crossing into Iowa. We're starting seeing, Chris, I would say, pretty intense rotation, or some very bright colors, that red and green there, Chris, you would say, for that rotation heading into, looks like that newest scan came in. Looks like it took it down a little bit. Still seeing some of that red and green there. I'll take a little zoom down. Still some rotations going across that area there, Chris.
All right. So that spot you're looking at, and I'm not going to go back to it, I think there might have been a little bit of some contamination in there, so we'll continue to watch it, no doubt. But that area south of Blockton, once again, is one to watch. There is that pronounced kidney bean here in eastern Taylor County. Beg your pardon, this is Ringgold County that we're talking about. And this would be the area we're watching. It looks like that circulation now may be towards the front edge of this one, whereas previously it was kind of rain-wrapped. And so this is the area that is being fed with the storm. As we look in a linear mode here, and linear I mean you see a big long line of storms, what you start looking for is those little carve-out sections that is a signal where the updraft is feeding out into this. All along the leading edge of this line, there is some shearing that is going on. And so we'll watch any of those little shears to form into those little notch outs. And that's where we'd be watching for a tornadic risk. So this is certainly morphed. I do believe we have an embedded supercell in here, but that circulation has taken more of a pronounced role along a whole line of storms rather than being one individual storm. Here's the latest data, and it's quite the notch now, and I'll go over to the velocity picture for you. And here's where we're watching. It's not bright, it's not tight, but that would be the area of circulation we're watching for tornado potential. Still carrying the official tornado confirmed on this, but we haven't seen much chatter coming in from the Weather Service that this is still on the ground, and the data looks to be a little bit more favorable, is keeping it up in the air, Logan.
Looks like, Chris, they did actually, just now, they did take that back to a radar indicated rotation for Clark, Decatur, Ringgold, and Union County. So they have pushed that now into radar indicated rotation, but still something we're going to definitely take a look at, as that's going to be until 7:45 for this tornado warning going across 4 counties. They're getting into Clark, Decatur, Ringgold, in Union County. I'll take a look, see if anything else has come out with some of the rotations we were looking at. But that is still a pretty impressive little notch there in that rotation, but still looks to be not what we're seeing. That is heading towards Beaconsville. Some rotation going across their County Highway P68. I'll take a look back down now, back into that rotation we're seeing near Blockton. I'm not really seeing too much, but still could have some rotation there getting into parts of that Missouri and Iowa border that could be crossing back into Iowa there. Chris?
Okay, I have a West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5 lined up. We do have a couple of points that look like they're dropping a little lower in the sky. What I think we're going to see here is overall kind of a weak shelf cloud punching into view, and I believe that's the feature we're kind of looking at here. We're looking off to the south and to the east, and where that is exactly looking at is like actually kind of an area of some convergence. No signal of some strong wind in there. Do you think once you get down into Madison County there could be some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts or so out of this one? But the further north you move into the line, the weaker it has been trending to be here for some time. Continuing on, as I come back to the radar picture here, we have the wind gust popping into view. Unfortunately, this line is just kind of in an area where we don't have a lot of stations to monitor, but most recently, 40 miles per hour was the strongest wind gust out of Blockton, and now kind of a double whammy here under another tornado warning after seeing a confirmation just to the west and northeast of you earlier. So the tornado warnings, you can essentially ignore that tornado confirmed one at this point. It's too late to be canceled, so that will stay with us. But out ahead of it, that red warning that encompasses Clark, Decatur, Ringgold, and Union County has turned back into radar indicated. That certainly is good news. And briefly here, while we go back to the situation on the velocity picture, there's no big clear couplet, if you will. We're seeing a lot of shearing across this entire line, but we're not seeing a couplet where that data is indicating anything pinpointed along it at this point. Logan, if you can, let's take a wider look across the state, and if you can kind of go over the synopsis on what's happening a little bit further to the north while I continue to focus here down south.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a look here up north, just north of that I-80 corridor. That cloud cover that we had today for that northern parts of Iowa really limited the severeness we're going to be seeing throughout the next couple of hours for this area, which is why we're still seeing there's some clearing out later in that afternoon, allowed those temperatures to build up, allowed that instability to really peak through and allow for these tornadoes and some severe weather to push through. But getting north of that I-80 corridor is pretty tough. We didn't have a lot of that. We had a lot of those clouds, so those temperatures really weren't able to warm up and then create a lot of that instability, which is why we're just seeing some general showers and thunderstorms pushing across the area, and nothing really much on the severe side for that. So those clouds really did help today for allowing that threat to diminish for parts of northern Iowa, but not so much in southern Iowa. They did see some clearing here. And we'll take a look at some of what the Storm Prediction Center was saying for tornadoes, hail, and wind. That biggest threat still was going to be down in southwestern Iowa. That's been pushing through almost to the I-35 corridor, getting into Ringgold County. And Creston, we still have this tornado threat here. I think that's going to be diminished down a little bit thanks to the clearing that we did have. So I think that can be pushed down a little bit, but still hail and winds were some of the ones that we were looking at. I'll put on our wind threat here for today. We still do have some of that threat. So that wind can still push through some of those straight line winds like we did see yesterday with those up to about 70 and 80 mile per hour gusts that we're still seeing down here earlier today, but could see some strong gusts pushing through. And hail was still a parameter. We didn't see a lot of hail yesterday, but could still be a decent possibility today. We see some places getting about 1.5 inches. That biggest threat was going to be near Omaha, heading into that extreme southwest Iowa. But we still saw some reports of 1.5 inch hail and inch hail over getting into parts of southwestern Iowa. And that was today's synopsis as well. Now, overall, the biggest threat was down in Kansas, getting into Missouri with that biggest threat with that red there. That's that moderate chance for severe weather, while the rest of Iowa here, mainly into central parts of Iowa, heading into Omaha and western Iowa, we do have that enhanced risk for severe weather. But I think those clouds is really going to limit the chances for some severe weather to head up there north there, Chris.
Okay, Logan, I'm actually going to turn off the Des Moines National Weather Service radar at this point. I want to focus in on this circulation. It's in northern Missouri near Grant City. This is currently tornado warned. It is lifting almost due northeast, so give it another 10 minutes and this circulation to watch. And this is radar indicated tornado warning, would be worth watching as this one gets into Ringgold County then. So another area to watch just north of Arena, Missouri, and as that one targets into Ringgold County once again. All right, we'll come back in and show you the reflectivity. Just one report I do want to pass along, and this was at 7:14, I believe. Excuse me, 7:12, there was still a report of a tornado on the ground north of Mount Ayr, but since we've seen this warning go back to radar indicated, so National Weather Service receiving reports that this one has gone back up at this point. So we're carrying 3 tornado warnings. One is going to go away here in 3 minutes. That's that pink box. Underneath until 7:45, we have these 2 tornado warnings for Clark, Decatur, Ringgold, and Union County for that washed out circulation that previously confirmed a tornado. And then we've been watching a circulation south of Blockton, but also that's going to dual purpose there, that area north of Grant City to be watching over southern Ringgold County as well. That warning goes until 7:45 as well, as you see it getting trimmed up on your screen. Actually, that lasts until 8 o'clock. So we're going to be on with you at least for the next 30 minutes or until these warnings will be canceled if that is the route that these end up going down.
And I have the shear detection back here. We're talking about that rotation that we're seeing more into Missouri that's working its way due northeast over in Grant City. Starting to see an uptick in some of that shear that we're seeing, that rotation, some of that light blue now working its way in, almost crossing, or working its way almost into the border. I'll bring up our storm relative velocity here and still see, I'll take us out of take out the Des Moines radar here quickly for that. And we'll show it come up on here. We'll see if it'll want to load into the area. I'm not sure why it doesn't want to do that there, but I'll bring up our velocity here. But we still can see some of that rotation going across the area there, Chris.
All right, looking at SkyTracker 5 here over West Des Moines, we have storms pulling into Des Moines. What we're going to do here is try to reposition this a little bit of a lowering there. I believe this is a shelf cloud as it's rolling into the city. Certainly, if you have any reports or pictures, we'd love to hear from you. You can text us 515-457-1026. Pictures, videos, reports. Don't forget to let us know where you're at. That way we can correctly relay that information for everyone at home here. Looking out there across SkyTracker 5, you can certainly see that we have that lowering in there that is associated with that shelf cloud that is moving into the metro. This is a sub-severe thunderstorm at the moment, but no doubt one we're going to be watching as it moves through a highly populated area. We can hear it overhead. No significant winds here at the studio at this point, but we will continue to track it. All right, Logan, you're taking a look at the velocity picture down there across southern Ringgold County.
Yeah, it looks like we're starting to see some rotation start to pick up just south of Mount Ayr, heading into almost Kellerton, but we're starting to see some of that bright red and green pick up on County Highway J55. That green and that red indicating that rotation along. I'll see if our shear detection has picked anything up, but about that J55 to P64, some rotation starting to get picked up by our shear detection here, moving northeast into Kellerton, getting almost into Decatur County there, just a couple, I'd say about 15 plus minutes away from getting into Decatur County, but starting to see some rotation associated with that. And I think the little bit behind that too with that rotation there, small little couplet, I'd say, not a couplet, but some rotation that we're seeing just almost getting to the Missouri-Iowa border, west of Highway 169. Some rotation that could be picking up into the Iowa there over there, Chris.
Okay, there's Sky Tracker 5. You can very clearly see the rain shaft there on the right, the fuzziness, and then that leading edge. What I'd be looking for here is maybe something curling out ahead at the bottom where it reaches. I'm not quite seeing that, so this is looking like it's going to be a wind that kind of behaves itself as it rolls into the metro, maybe something a little bit stronger down into western Warren County as well. But the reason we're on with you is for those tornado warnings, a little bit further to the south as we look towards Clark, Decatur, Ringgold, and Union County, and then a second warning until 8 o'clock for the southern portions of Ringgold County. The circulations that we're tracking, the easternmost one passing into Decatur County right now, south and west of Grand River. Go ahead and highlight that for you. It's very broad at this juncture. It's not too impressive, but that would be the area to watch. Maybe south of Kellerton, a little bit more trying to get going as well here. And then just across the border, that stronger signal north of Grant City. We've been watching near Irena for that next area of circulation to pull into the county there. So Ringgold County has been where it's at here for tonight. And a lot of scary situations, perhaps the sirens sounding for you. Just know these are radar indicated at the moment, and not seeing a huge signal, especially near that Grand River one at this point. Just keep it camped out in the basement, low level. That's going to be the best place for you to go as we continue on here over the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, I was taking a look, just traveling around here. And then those places, make sure you get that safe spot, whether that is the most interior room that has no windows for your safe spot if you don't have a basement. And if you do have a basement, make sure that you get into that lowest level. But it looks like something also to worry about here too, as we start seeing these move, getting onto I-35 here in the next hour or so as they start to move across. But we're starting to see, some rotation, a little notch there heading into Missouri and Iowa. I'll take a look at this storm relative velocity for that getting into Arena. Starting to see a little couplet there working its way over into Missouri, heading into Iowa there, going in from Missouri, almost crossing into Highway 169 now. We'll take a little loop back out. We're starting to see some more brighter colors just southwest of Kellerton as well, pushing its way through on that County Highway J55, County Highway P64 corridor, Chris. Starting to see some of that red and that blue there starting to intensify, I would say, some of that brighter colors, Chris.
Okay, what I'm going to do is jump over to West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5. I think it kind of widened or went back to its reset position. Sometimes that can be, there was a little bit of a power surge in there. So kind of a unique view, kind of pointed up to the sky. I'm going to try to bring it back down to the south just a little bit and see if it's responding. It's not responding to us. We'll go ahead and take a look outside on our West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5. Next chance I get, I'll see if we can reposition that for you. And then into Knoxville, we're looking to the south and west from the Knoxville Raceway at this point. And there you can see it there. Back to the radar picture here. There is south of Kellerton is kind of in a odd spot. I think we're contaminated just a little bit, but it is intriguing enough for me to keep an eye on it right here. The colors being more scatterbrained, if you will, is kind of telling me there's some influences as this one passes through the heart of the storm that are making this one a little bit more haywired. But certainly some crossing paths there of inbound and outbound winds, and we'll pay attention to that. I believe it's technically within the tornado warning, but it's not a warned circulation, if you will. The original circulation near Grand River for this radar indicated tornado, it's all very, very broad. I haven't received any indication that we'll see this warning go anywhere. It is in place for the next 10 minutes now, radar indicated, whereas earlier it was a confirmed tornado. We'll just go back briefly here and show you some of the storm reports that we've seen from tonight, and multiple little dottings there over Taylor and Ringgold County across the south. Same circulation along the entire path that's had a couple of these pulse up. I will say that activity coming in out of Missouri, nothing on the ground through really this entire trek through the state. We did just take a little bit of a power surge here at the station, so we're kind of gathering our bearings after that. Bear with us. But there's a whole lot of little areas to watch along the leading charge with this system. I believe there's a little bit of a gust front moving out ahead of this entire line that may be trying to stifle things from getting going at the surface. Logan?
Yeah, I was just taking a look at the lightning that we're seeing with the storm here, getting out to about 200 strikes over, I think, the past 5 minutes. So that thing is producing some lightning there just here in Des Moines and heading into Des Moines past Waukee and other places around there. But I'll take a quick look back, heading down into those tornado warnings. Just wanted to check that out because it has been loud here with that lightning going across. But yeah, heading down here, National Weather Service did say they are monitoring that circulation on the radar that is just north of Grant City in northern Missouri. It's expected to lift up here into Ringgold County here very soon, and this will be moving into that current tornado warning that still remains in effect until 8 p.m. So they might not be moving. It looks like they're probably not going to move this box so far, but they are monitoring that rotation that they're seeing down in far northern Missouri here, and that is north of Grant City. Some contamination because we are heading through a lot of that heavy rain there, so the radar is probably having a harder time trying to pick up on that there, Chris.
Okay, Logan, I'm coming back here, just focusing in South Metro and into Warren County. I did just take a peek here. We have some very heavy rain and a lot of lightning at the studio here at Local 5, but significant wind, non-existent. Literally 5 miles per hour is all we garnered there. Not to say it's not happening somewhere else, but we do not have significant wind here at Local 5. I am going to pull up some of the wind gusts as they pop into view, and you can see it kind of matches the trend here. As we get into this storm, it's all very low-end type stuff, so very stable at the surface. And so that means even as we look at the velocity picture, we have some stronger winds in here, maybe towards Spring Hill. It's all up in the clouds. We're very stable down low over Warren County, it seems. We'll continue to monitor that situation, some heavy rain, some vivid lightning, and we still continue to take some power little surges here as this one moves through West Des Moines. But no significant wind, at least at this point. We'll see how the Des Moines International Airport fares as this one pushes through. We have 6 more minutes on this tornado warning, which I now would be watching into Decatur County, southeast of Grand River. There's a whole lot of little scatterbrained shearing going on in here, but no distinct couplet. If you've been watching us for some time, I like to talk about kissing couplet, a bow tie feature, if you will, where those bright colors kind of exhibit a bow tie feature coming in. We're not seeing that at points earlier tonight. We certainly were. So storms moving through the metro. The tornadic circulations are down to the south. Looks like southwest of Reading is going to be our best signal that we've seen as of recent of maybe something building in, and that's ultimately going to be spurring from this overall broad scale circulation that's been coming in north of Grant City, Missouri. Just over to the reflectivity, this would be solidly into the rain. I think the main circulation here would be east of Irena, Missouri, but there's also something secondary back into the rain worth watching. So a whole bunch of tiny little areas to watch here for this evening, Logan.
Yeah, we actually do have a new tornado warning for Jasper, Marion, Polk in Warren County that we're seeing here. This is until 8:30. Chris, do you want to break this one down?
I saw that. I was talking about the stability of it, so thanks for pulling that in. There was a little hook. This kind of goes back to last night with this one. We lost our West Des Moines cam, by the way, so there's no bringing that up. This tornado warning is until 8:30. I was talking about the stability, and one thing I did notice was a little bit of those reds and greens peaking close to each other. So this would be southeast of Norwalk, closer to that Spring Hill area that I was just talking about. I do think the general gist of what I just said holds, that we have a pretty stable low level here as it pertains to the wind. It's just not strong, but the further south you go, the more unstable things will go with this. So you see those winds are not significant, but the area we'll watch here is between Norwalk and north of Indianola, as it comes out of about the Spring Hill there as this approaches Highway 65. Let me go to the velocity picture here once again, and we'll show you what we're talking about. It's kind of that shearing effect all along this line. I'm actually going to back it up one, and I don't have the data I saw when I was talking about it earlier. We'll see if that pulse is in here. But east of Spring Hill, that's where we're watching. So if you're in Norwalk, I know the sirens are sounding. You're just fine. The threat is going to be further east and south and east of you. I'm going to go to Sky Tracker 5. Logan, I want you to prep a track on this one as this storm moves through. We also have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning as well. But we have Sky Tracker 5 that is just now starting to get into the scope of view. I'm going to aim it to the right here just a little bit and see if we can pick up on anything else coming into view. Takes a couple of seconds for it to move. I did not excuse me, have any significant wind rushing in as this storm moved into the Local 5 studios. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning out over the south side of the metro. Logan.
Yeah, I was just getting a tracker put on this quick. Let me take that off. And we're going to get this moving about 50 miles an hour more east. So I'll grab a tracker here for the area. I'm pushing it ahead. Some places, Indianola 743, Carlisle 749, Ford 955, Venanilla 801, Monroe 813, and Reznor about 818 for this tornado warning that is pushing through the areas. We're starting to see some smaller rotations. It's not really distinct there, but we're starting to see some couplets. And if we see those little kinks really push in more, that's when we have the chances to see some of that rotation in tornadoes form. But we're starting to see some areas developing that there. Chris?
Okay, Des Moines International gusting to, was that 49 knots? So we're looking up around 54 miles per hour with that one. As we come back to me, there's a whole lot of little spots along this line. Metro points southwards that we're going to be watching. Briefly going to go back to the finance cam as we get into the rain. It's going to be difficult to see. I don't see a significant couplet. I do see a lot of shearing happening along the leading edge of this line. And here's that shear detection. We'd be looking for the pinpoint, that bow tie feature, as I mentioned here on the storm relative velocity. And that area I'd be watching is east of Spring Hill, north of Indianola, approaching U.S. Highway 65, 69, and moving to the east right now. Logan, how fast was that moving again?
50 miles an hour there, Chris.
Okay, a little bit faster in this area. And we'll go ahead and take a look at that tornado warning until 8:30. So this is that area. I have to reset. I need to put the correct speed in. So from that couplet, where it's at, moving to the east and north and east at 50 miles per hour. Here's our estimated times of arrival. So there's where we're looking at. 753 in Carlisle. Monroe would be near you at 816. Newton, 825. That's kind of on the northern scope of this. And then getting into Sully at 832, that would be the area to watch from this. So solidly into the rain on our Des Moines Sky Tracker 5 here. Logan, have you seen a distinct couplet that we've seen here in northern Warren County at all?
I have not. I was just looking, taking a look down south. They did get rid of those tornado warnings for Decatur and Ringgold County. So now we just have this tornado warning left for Ringgold and Taylor on that far south part of the county there. And I'm taking a look at the rotation here, seeing if there's anything I can find. Nothing really too much I can see with rotation there, Chris. Not any couplets. So I'll take a look back up here, but it just looks like, yeah, just very fast winds that are blowing through, but nothing too much that's screaming a couplet, Chris.
There's a lot of shearing along this line overall, as we mentioned. Here's the latest data. This one's rocketing its way east. We're kind of accelerating out ahead. That area to watch, I think, is getting closer to Carlisle, so getting a little bit more swift, probably even faster than what we just mentioned on our track based on the reflectivity. This one motoring through its way to the north and east. You see that little hook, the little appendage here? That's what we're going to be watching at this point as this one approaches Carlisle at the moment. So just another look back outside on our finance cam, some heavy rain. I'm not seeing a significant jostling of the camera, so we don't have the major wind component, at least into downtown at this point. But the report was out at the airport. We did have that wind gust a little bit stronger, 56 miles per hour at Des Moines International. Could have been a localized little burst because you see all around we're dominated by very light winds, and these are fairly reliable observation sites. I had a peak of 9 miles per hour here at West Des Moines at our studio. So a localized little burst of wind at Des Moines International, 56 miles per hour checking back. Here's where we'd watch. So this is coming in, just off the 65-69 interchange. This would be kind of the most interesting point to me, right where that little kink in the line is. So this is hitting the 5 bypass. Let me see here. Logan, 1 second. I'm going to pull up some cameras on 515. Go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at the shear detection. Not necessarily like we're seeing the rotation there, but along with those winds, we're seeing a strong wind getting up to those line of blues there, even some even light blues and some purples in there. So we're seeing some really strong winds with those shears pushing their way across. And you can take a look at that camera. That is Highway 65 and Army Post Road. You can't see anything so far out there, just some headlights that they're now putting their hazards on.
That is a signal that you have some really strong wind when that happens, and this is not too far away, just upstream. We're yet to see that rain come into view. This is as we get into and out of a work zone, kind of into the flats there as you approach the Des Moines River just north on Highway 65 on the bypass. We'll go ahead and keep this view up here for just a little bit. Logan, I see you tracking the velocity feature. I believe that feature you're looking at right there is going to be approaching that camera, which is basically just north of the Avon that you have listed on the screen. So it looks like that wind is starting to shake the camera just a little bit on this view. Briefly pulse back and go into that rain. A lot of up and down movement on that 65 Army Post camera in there. So there's some stronger wind moving across the South Metro at the moment. We'll jump back up to Highway 65. It looks like mile marker 75 is where that is. Getting closer to the Des Moines River, this looks to be about a mile south. So starting to get some shake in there now, and that area that I would say is the most interesting on the velocity picture should be coming into view in this area here momentarily. So that's why we have it up on screen for you. What I'm going to do is briefly, I'm going to route in kind of a different look into your input here so we can get a sense on where that velocity is nice and big. As big as we can up on screen. So we'll continue to watch that for you. Coming up on to 750, and you see the update. North of Carlisle, east of Avon is where we're seeing the worst of the conditions at the moment. As it pertains to the wind with this, and kind of the area to watch for maybe a bit of a tornadic circulation. I believe this is starting to get on the northern edge of that warning. It is. It lasts until 8:30 as well. One interesting aspect I just saw on the velocity picture, and I'll go back to it, was actually a bit of a scatter spike in here. Right there. Coming out, so maybe some hail tucked away in there. Logan, I'm not seeing a huge signal for hail, but there appears there may be some small hail running over the Des Moines Metro at this point.
Yeah, and
Really picked up quick there, didn't it?
I agree. Yeah, that just came through. They actually did extend that tornado watch, Chris, into Polk County, heading into also Jasper, Marion, Poweshiek, Marshall, and Tama County. So we're starting to see an expansion of that tornado watch. Now this is still until 10 p.m. Now originally we just did have mostly west of I-35 and south of I-80, but we're starting to see this now getting extended into central Iowa, which does include Polk County in the Des Moines metro area. So Storm Prediction Center, National Weather, starting to see that tornado threat really start to push up potentially up into central Iowa there, Chris.
Okay, I'm going to refresh our camera here just briefly and take you back to my max as well. Some small hail, definitely some gusty wind in there, and that camera is shaking a considerable amount within. Let's check out the latest of the velocity data. Kind of two areas I would watch on this cell north of Carlisle up through Altoona. And I'll go ahead and just put my arrow on it. I know it's small down there in the corner as we watch this camera bounce and shake around a little bit. That's got to be a significant wind to get it to be moving that much. Looking at US 65 there at mile marker 75 shaking out there. But north of Carlisle towards Altoona, that's would be kind of the best opportunity to see a tornado come to fruition. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, and I'm not quite seeing the signal that something is viable at the surface right now. Let's go back down into Ringgold County south of Mount Ayr. I will come up full screen for you. We're getting that hook coming into the southern part of the county. This tornado warning goes until 8 o'clock, so 8 more minutes. And let's take a look at that velocity signal. This is probably the best rotational signal that we've seen in some time here on the radar picture starting to come across the border. This would be Highway 169 just south of that, west of County Highway P38. And where P32 meets 169 to the east of there. That's about where that threat would be. Just showing the rotational component here up on the screen. There it is, that darker blue moving into view. So we're back down to the south with some additional threats. You do see kind of the blues pulsing up here. And why we don't call this tornado detection is because we're looking at shearing, and that quite literally means that the two directions are going directly across each other right there, but you still need it to pinpoint a little bit. This would definitely be some areas to watch for that to happen, as you see here, just off Pleasant Hill and north of Carlisle. You see where there's a little bit of a hook coming into view here. That'd be an area to watch, and then south of Pleasant Hill here. Fortunately, on the inbound side of things, we're not seeing that strong surge. And what we do have is kind of that rush of air and wind kind of pushing out ahead just a little bit, and sometimes that can help cut off that updraft going in. So right at that kidney bean there, and then again east of Pleasant Hill. We'll wait for the new data on the velocity side of things, but if we're going to see a tornadic circulation, that's where it's going to be. If you're still hearing sirens in these areas, inside the red shading, you need to continue to seek shelter for a possible tornado there at this point. Logan?
Yeah, I was taking a look at some of the gusts there. I'm not sure what you said last time, but they had up to 56 miles an hour over in Des Moines. Looks like it's down to 54 right now. We're still seeing some places could have some strong gusts, 24 miles an hour, 24 over in Norwalk, and then 15 over in Indianola. But something that's starting to look pretty interesting, starting to see a little kink down there in Missouri and Iowa there, not just south of Mount Ayr. That little kink right there, that's where that rotation that Chris was showing earlier, just about Highway 169. Now I'll bring up our storm relative velocity. And taking a look there, we do see some of that rotation with that couplet, that red and that green. So that rotation that's building up associated with that couplet there. So that's a place we're taking a look into now with that tornado warning that's still in effect until, let me bring that right back up. It looks to be past about 8 o'clock. Let me get that tornado warning back up on here quick until 8 p.m. So it's something we're looking at right here. This one has 5 minutes left, so we'll see what the National Weather Service thinks with that rotation if they decide to put another one down or extend it maybe there. Chris?
Okay, Logan, I'm getting words that there's still some sirens sounding out towards the west and southwest side of the metro. Specifically, I'm hearing from Norwalk. You are safe. That threat is more to the east. Unfortunately, that's just the way the sirens sound in Polk County. They're all kind of looped together in certain zones, and unfortunately, it can give a little bit of a false sounding in some of those instances. So I'm here to tell you, only if you are in the red shading here, you need to seek shelter. Probably the best signal we've seen right in this little bit of a kidney bean right here near Adelphi, of maybe something trying to come to fruition. And we'll get the next scan coming in here, and we're seeing just a little bit more of a perky return showing up as that little area hooks around. So that's going to be northeast of Carlisle towards Adelphi, getting it out into extreme southeastern Polk County at the moment. And just like that, I get the next return or scan in just off screen, and it is less significant. I would actually say you watch closer up to Altoona. So there's going to be a couple of little key areas to watch in here along this front edge. We have this one over southeastern Polk County highlighted at the moment, but there's some shearing effect going on further up to the north, say closer to Altoona at the moment. And I'll go ahead and show that to you. You move out to the southeast side of town. Right here, there's that little notch where it turns northeasterly. That brightness coming into view, that's where we definitely would watch. Logan, I need you to take it away here for a second while I'll dial up a camera.
Yeah, I was taking a look here at some of that rainfall because parts of southern Iowa have seen a lot of rainfall over the past couple days. We're starting to see radar estimated rainfall over in Taylor County really start to build up, getting into possibly 2 inches down there again. So some flooding. We do have that flood watch in effect. So potentially some areas could start seeing some flooding, but a lot of areas, especially for southwestern Iowa, heading along Highway 34, could see up to an inch, but mostly probably around half an inch for rainfall that's estimated so far in the area. And we'll take this up just a little bit into Des Moines, over into the Des Moines Metro. It was a lot of a heavy rainfall there. So that little short burst of rain could have gotten an inch in some places, but probably half an inch of a lot of that fast rain coming through across the area. I'll take a look back here to see if there's any more something said by the National Weather Service or anything here. Looks like a delayed report. There was a pea-sized hail in Urbandale at about 7:48 p.m. So we started to see up north in that Des Moines area some potential for some pea-sized hail that came through earlier. And looks like, Chris, you have some cameras brought up there.
Yeah, this is going to be in Altoona, 1st Avenue at I-80. Anytime you see flashers, you know it's heavy rain coming in. This would be raindrops to me. I'm not seeing hail, although it kind of looks like something a little larger. That's just the camera doing some distorting there. We move a little bit further to the east. This is 80th Avenue. It looks like we're solidly into the rain there. Maybe even some of that gusty wind heading back towards these folks as they drive away, as you contrast that with the headlights moving through. That semi-driving very, very slow at the moment with this one as it does move through. But certainly watching that area over near Altoona, I will zoom in nice and big so you can kind of see that area I'm watching. This is why I have these cameras up, to see if we can spot anything that would suggest a very strong wind. So we'll be seeing this camera. This is at mile marker 147. This is getting very close to the rest areas in there, in that area. We'll keep this one up on screen. But if there's some small areas to watch for some shearing that could spin something up, just east of Altoona, and by now this is moving closer to the interstate, moving to the north and east, that would be certainly a viable area to watch. Logan, keep a track on everything that's happening down south. Feel free to jump in if there's anything pertinent you need to jump in.
Yeah, they just canceled that tornado warning there, so that one is no longer in effect, but they still are going to keep their eyes on it in case, as they've seen that circulation weaken, but they are going to keep an eye on it in case some reintensification does occur with that. But the one now in Ringgold County has now been expired.
Okay, so we can take a little bit of less focus off of the south, though there are still a couple of tornado warnings out there to the south that we will monitor across into Missouri. Showing you that the velocity picture here, as we come back to my screen, we're due for a new scan coming in out of Altoona, north and east of there. As you see on the camera, that range getting a little bit closer. We'll dive back into it just a little bit, still seeing that strong wind, maybe headstrong into those cars as they go by. A little bit slower against that semi. We'll go just a little bit east here and see if we can get a sense on what's happening. It looks like that heaviest range just starting to get to this camera location at the moment. So continuing to monitor the situation. There is officially a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning across parts of Polk, Warren, Jasper, and getting into Marion counties, with that tornado warning being on the southern side of the whole evolution of this little Boeing segment. I do continue to say that the wind appears to be a little bit more of a localized influence. We did receive a report of 54 miles per hour at the Des Moines International Airport, and then you see 20 at the 5 and I-35 Southwest Connector, 43 in Ankeny, 28 up in Ames. So over the airfield, we certainly had a stronger little bit of wind move through. And I find this little notch out there east of Altoona to be the most interesting at the moment, even though that is officially outside of the tornado warning. All ahead of this line, I want you to continue to be mindful of the situation that is incoming. Logan, how fast is this storm moving?
Yeah, let me check here again. I believe it was 50 miles an hour, bring it back up. 45 now, moving northeast. There,
okay,
Chris.
I'm just going to track the leading edge here as it sits to that shearing effect on the line. Moving to the north and east, I'm going to have to reposition this one, moving too fast for the zoom level for me. As it sits, moving to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. These would be communities next in line to see this. Bondurant, Colfax, and Metz through the next 20 minutes. Newton by 8:30 will be getting closer to you. As we move towards the bottom of the hour. Kellogg shortly after at 8:40, and then we get into Gilman and Grinnell closer to 8:52 and 8:54. Logan?
Yeah, they did just take out Warren and Marion County for that tornado warning. So down there, you can come out of your safe spots down, and if you are in the northern parts of Warren, so near Hartford, Carlisle, Swan, and then parts of Marion County as well, getting into Monroe and some places around there as well. That has gone. It has gotten out of the tornado warning as it's moved a little bit more northward now, overlapping with that severe thunderstorm warning. And also places behind that severe thunderstorm warning have been canceled out too. Over in Waukee, Clive, Norwalk, heading into West Des Moines, that has been taken out of that severe thunderstorm warning. That is now mainly in Saylor and moving now more into Polk County and also into Jasper as well. There, Chris.
Okay, Logan, we just got the latest velocity scan up on the screen. Here, I'll get it up for you. There's kind of 3 key areas to watch, and one is within the bounds of that tornado warning on Highway 163 west of Prairie City, around Mitchellville, and then we look north of Bondurant too. And these would be kind of the key areas to watch if we're going to see something spinning up. That is where it would ultimately end up being at this point. I think we just have these little notches that now we're going to be concerned with, and some reports, some stronger wind, especially across South Metro. Some of this is trying to be able to be surface-based, and we need that to be a tornadic circulation. I'm going to pull up the shear detection here, and there's all sorts of little areas. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's pinpointed, but this is kind of the areas we're watching where we have the opposing winds going right past each other. So those 3 areas are definitely hottest on the list. You can kind of see those bullseyes, if you will, right here, and then up into here. Those are those key areas that I made mention of that we'll continue to monitor. Only one officially into that tornado warn box for us, Logan.
Yeah, and we also saw some reports of some pea-sized hail heading in Urbandale earlier, but we're starting to see not the biggest hail threat, but still probably some pea-sized hail working past Ankeny, more on the eastern side of that I-35 corridor, more north of the I-80 corridor, but getting into Enterprise, probably can see some decent hail getting around that pea size, so watch out there as well as we're starting to see those gusty winds, but hail is still something on the smaller side in terms of a threat, but still there with probably some pea-sized hail going across there. Chris?
Okay, I'm going to come back to the velocity picture, and what I'm going to do is actually you back it up. I want to show you how the winds have certainly intensified. I mentioned we're on the west side. I had 9 miles per hour. Well, that matched the velocity signal. This is certainly strengthened as this one passed over downtown and the south side.
We're still on me. Quick, just to let you know.
All right, there we go. Got you back up. Thank you, Logan. So this is velocity as a 742. As it moved through here on the west side, we had 9 miles per hour. So coming in, you can see the strengthening. Watch the red turning into pink as it radiates to the north and to the east. North of Bondurant is the biggest signal right now. Now, keep in mind, we are sampling at a little bit of a higher rate. We're sampling at 73 miles per hour. And we haven't heard of any significant wind gusts along the east side. But we did see those cameras shake considerably, so some of this at least is reaching down to the ground. 43 miles per hour in Ankeny was the strongest wind gust we had there at Ankeny Regional Airport as that one punched through. Why don't we go ahead and go back to some of the traffic cameras. Let me pull those up, and we'll make our way eastward here. That one is a static image. We need to keep going a couple. Camera is down. All right, here we'll get I-80 at mile marker 149. Some significant rain coming through as this one moves closer and beyond the Mitchellville area. I'm trying to get a sense, if we watch some trees, how much they're shaking. I don't know if you can see my cursor on the screen here, but you can see those branches swaying in the breeze considerably. And then we're getting to mile marker 152. Let's go ahead and play that. So this is kind of out ahead of that main line. This is going to be closing in here very shortly. I think the way it's looking at it, up Highway 330 from Bondurant is where I think the strongest wind is at the moment. And I'll just go ahead and bring my camera back up onto view here. Okay, or bring my max back up onto view. North of Bondurant, northeast of Bondurant, I believe, is where we have that strongest wind at the moment. And you can see the brightening. This is as it pertains to how the storm is moving. So it takes into account the storm movement, all that very bright area. Right in that kink, that's where something can get a little hairy sometimes as it pertains to a tornadic circulation. Now, there's no tornado warning in this area at the moment, but we'll be watching this bowing segment now as it moves out and advances forward with time. Logan?
Yeah, and just in case you're joining now, we did see an extension of that tornado watch heading into Polk, getting into Jasper, Poweshiek, Tama, and Marshall County. Starting to see that extension move more into central Iowa. This is still going to be until 10 p.m. Monday, but we started originally with these southwestern counties here, but we're now seeing that extension move its way in as time progresses there. Chris?
Logan, a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be out ahead of the northern edge of that line where I told you that that strongest wind signal is showing up in the mid-levels and low levels of this storm. This is going to go until 9 o'clock. Jasper, portions of Story, up into Marshall County included on this, and technically Polk County as well, but that's kind of a continuance of the existing warning that we have in play. This is going to be for wind speed to, 60 miles per hour as it sits right here. So this warning, this particular segment of the storm is moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour, and if that wind that we sampled aloft is still reaching the ground, this is who's going to be next in line to see it. Colfax at 8:12, so shortly here. Baxter at 8:23. Melbourne at 8:31. Laurel by 8:40 Marshalltown, at 8:47 LeGrand, at 8:53 in Toledo, out beyond the scope of this one by 9:07. So this storm has certainly perked up here, getting a push forward with the wind, clear, distinct rear inflow notch. I'll actually take the warnings off the screen so you can see this. And this can help accelerate these stronger winds out and create the bowing segment. So what I'll do here is I'll highlight that rear inflow. You can see the lowering of the returns, the greens kind of going through that segment. And then, excuse me, here's the bow. So you think of a bow and arrow, right? You're going to shoot the bow and arrow through. And it helps accelerate and punch that wind forward. I'll back it up a half hour. Okay, and you see we just didn't have that pronounced bow as much, that rear inflow. We go back and further 30 minutes, and it certainly has accelerated its way through this zone. So let me clear those off the screen. And as we continue back to pull forward to current time, that segment has bowed out a little bit. Same goes for that portion in Warren County too, but we haven't seen significant reports, or we certainly don't have quite as strong of a wind signal up there overhead into Warren County. So that's why we don't currently have a warning in place. 5 miles per hour, that would be northwest of Indianola, is the strongest wind gust at the moment. And just parsing over those latest wind gusts, we did have a 38 up at the Iowa State University campus, 24 at Ames Municipal. Boone checking in at 28. So the northern section of this line, you get outside the scope of the warning box, it's not near as intense. Approaching Mingo, if there's going to be anything spin up on us, that's where it'd be, right where this signal turns back north, right there. And we'll go into the velocity picture here, and that's where we're seeing the brightest, the strongest of the wind, and that shearing effect that's coming into view. Over to shear detection now, and you can see that's still one of those bullseye areas to watch. All really along that front edge of the bow. That's kind of a signal where the winds are opposing direction. We're watching for those little notches up in there. West of Prairie City is one. I believe that is within the scope of the tornado warning at present. So a lot of things we got to keep an eye on right now, Logan.
Yeah, I'm just reading with the National Weather Service. They're saying they're planning on extending the severe thunderstorm warning further into Jasper, Marshall, and Story counties for strong wind concerns. They'll also continue monitoring the mesovortices on the lead edge of these storms closely, like you were talking about there, Chris. So we could start seeing an expansion more north with that severe the severe thunderstorm warning that we're seeing right up here. Could see it push a little bit more up into that way there, Chris.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. This tornado warning until 8:30, and is basically little notch out tracking at this point. There's been no confirmation of anything down to the ground, and we're watching those little hooks. We have a favorable environment over the southern half of Iowa, I'd say, as it pertained to the way the setup looked for today, but we're still kind of in a highly sheared environment. And I'm going to check out the significant tornado parameter, and still we have that little section all along this line to watch for, from Des Moines stretching all the way back down towards Monair. And we just went through a long duration down there towards Ringgold County. No current tornado warnings down in that area, but still there's a lot of little turbulent rotations that bear watching. As we go deeper into the overnight, we start to stabilize the atmosphere just a little bit more, so it will make it harder overall to punch this activity down to the ground. I think our tornado risk kind of encapsulates that. You see, as we move east, the threat level goes down, kind of right where I'm overlaying on the screen here. So that tornado watch has been extended, but as we go deeper through time, the tendency is going to have the storms stabilize, and that threat level actually gets a little bit lower as we continue to punch things to the east. Now, this is a whole longer line with some heavy rain that stretches through Warren County, down through Clark County, and eventually back into Ringgold County once again. Looks like the strongest winds, and that's based on recent reports and also the velocity signatures checking in there right as we get into northwest Jasper County. That's the latest that we have from that, and you can definitely see those strong pinks there. That's where we have the strongest winds.
Yeah, and I was taking a look here. They did take out some of the places with that severe thunderstorm warning over in Altoona, Sailor, Pleasant Hill. So you're starting to see the back end of that storm there. It looks like they took out a majority of that tornado warning there. Now just going to be in for Jasper County. That's still going to be in effect until 8:30. So about 15 more minutes left on this tornado warning across this area. But they're starting to take out some of those areas on the back end, especially in the Des Moines metro area. And more staying east of I-35 with those severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings as well. Just starting to see just some heavier rain down in Indianola going through Highway 65. We'll take a quick look at the rain rates across these. Some heavy pouring rains down. We're seeing a pretty good mixture of about 4 to 5 inches. I'll click on some places here. So some heavy rain could cause some flooding in some urban areas with about 4 to 5 inches of rain per hour. So some heavy rainfalls coming down with these as well. We're starting to see taken out some of those severe thunderstorm warnings in that tornado warning over in Polk County there. Chris?
Okay, Logan, and on my screen I have highlighted from Prairie City to Norwalk, 24 miles. As of 5 minutes ago, I received word that sirens were sounding in Norwalk. That is in response to that tornado warning. Initially, it was down into northern Warren County, but the way the sirens work across the Des Moines metro, it's large zones. So if you sound one zone, it's a lot of communities that get into it. So right now, the only concern is around Colfax to Prairie City with one of those little small-scale vortices that we're watching, those notch-outs, if you will. And there's even a few more further to the north. And while it's not officially tornado warned, these are all kind of spots we're watching and looking for. And I get a sense that this tornado warning will not be continued on down the line because we're not warning the other little vortices that are showing up within here. In fact, frankly, I think this one up by Mingo looks a little bit better, and this one is unwarned at the moment. But that's why I wanted to say, if you are hearing the siren sound, the threat right now is purely over Jasper County within this tornado warning. I know it's kind of difficult to see, but within the red lines there, from Colfax to Prairie City and then east to west a little bit. So I know it can be a scary situation sometime, but those sirens mean basically, hey, let's turn on a Local 5, get our We're Iowa app out, and we can see what's going on, get the information that needs to be added onto those sirens. So it can be kind of a cry wolf scenario once those sirens sound too often and you don't get a threat to come to fruition. And unfortunately, that's just one of the things we have to deal with here. So if those sirens are sounding in Prairie City up through Colfax, even in Metz, I would say that's good. We have that threat that's near you, but back really for the rest of the Des Moines metro, the threat has passed. Little notches to watch here. There's a whole slew of them. I think that one northeast of Mingo looks to be about the best at this point as far as an area to watch. North of Mingo, I think, is the one that looks the most prominent, Logan.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look here. It looks like they might have done something with that tornado warning, but I was just taking a look here down south and some places with some rotation. No tornado warnings just yet in this area, but just keeping an eye on since we have seen that area historically produce some tornadoes and rotation. But I'll take a look back here on some storm relative velocity across these areas. Some areas of rotation heading across that Missouri-Iowa border, maybe contaminated a little bit, but just checking in. But nothing so far in terms of tornado warnings. But Chris, it looks like they did add one for Jasper and Marshall County, if you want to talk about that one.
All right, and that's going to be for that Mingo circulation that I was kind of alluding to, that I thought looked more concerning than the one that had the tornado warning on it. So let's go back to it. Seek shelter if you're in northern Jasper County up into southern Marshall County. This is going to be the area to watch. Logan, speed on that?
Yeah, let me click that here for you. It looks like it is moving east about 45 miles an hour.
Okay, I'm going to put it a little bit further north and east than that, based on what I'm seeing on radar. Baxter, safe place, please. This one's heading your way, 827. This is a radar-indicated tornado, one of those little notch outs that we've been tracking for the last 10 minutes. This one's been showing signs of strengthening. This won't be near you, so continue to seek shelter there. If you're hearing the sirens within the scope of that tornado warning or this outline that I have here, seek shelter. Laurel will be near you at 844. Wolf Lake Edition. Not sure where that is. We probably have one errant small little township that's in there or neighborhood. 851 be near you. LeGrand, 858. That gets to the outer scope of the warning as that one starts to cross over into Tama County. Long ways away from there. Here's the bounds of the tornado warning as you see until 9 o'clock. Northern Jasper and southern Marshall County, you need to be seeking shelter for a possible tornado. So tracking a lot of these small-scale circulations. We're due another scan. Fortunately, with storms so close to the Des Moines National Weather Service radar, you kind of go into a slower mode of scanning here, Logan.
Yeah, they did cancel that tornado warning down in Jasper County. So if you're in Jasper County, let me take a look here back. So those places south of that severe thunderstorm warning, you are safe as of right now, but no more tornado warning there. We're taking a look here. Someone from the National Weather Service said mesovort rotation has strengthened just north of Mingo, and they issued a tornado warning downstream for that, just northeast. And then Jasper and Marshall counties are included, which is what Chris was talking about earlier. But in terms of stuff down south right now, nothing too much, no indication of rotation. So now we're just checking out more here in central Iowa near Des Moines there. Chris?
Okay, yeah, and as we pull the velocity picture back up for you, at minimum, we're talking some very strong wind in this vicinity as well. Real briefly, this is just a still image. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up here. This is where Highway 65 meets Highway 330 and turns north. And that would be right where that circulation is right there, some heavy rain. This is a still image. Unfortunately, it's not a motion camera for us. But this would be about the area if there is a possible tornado. That's where it's going to be, maybe a little bit east of there by a mile or so. Let's go ahead and speaking of that, coming back to me, we'll take a look. So this is Mingo, just to the north, and this is getting out towards West 116th Street and North 79th Avenue. That is where that area of circulation would be, and just sampling the wind. If this is reaching the ground, we're talking wind up to 68 miles per hour. Now, I don't think that's quite fully coming all the way to the ground. We haven't seen a lot of strong wind gusts as of late. But if we are going to see a strong wind, that is where it's going to be. So this one's moving basically due northeast, paralleling Highway 330, maybe just a little bit east of that trajectory, heading towards Baxter. There you go at that latest update. So with that, you can kind of see the trajectory that is unfolding here, kind of in that direction. So Baxter, safe place, please. We have a signal of a strong outbound wind and kind of a notch-out mesovorticity coming through, mesovortex coming through town here shortly in the next couple of minutes, Logan.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at some of the shear detection around that area to start picking up some of that blue there for some shear, some of those winds that are just going against each other just north of Mingo like Chris was talking about. And then further down south, some lines as well, some picking up some shear down near Pleasantville and around that area too. Just those lines, that's going to be with those winds. We're starting to see a lot of the wind that push through here and starting those strong winds. So that shear, that rotation that could see just those winds colliding against each other and leading down south all the way to the Missouri-Iowa border. I'll take a look here on our storm relative velocity. Starting to see some notches now, still something to potentially look at, but it's just some little kinks in here that potentially could see some strong updrafts pull through. But yeah, right now up in Mingo, that is the one I would say to look out for with that tornado warning potentially up there. Chris?
All right, as we come back to me, northern Jasper County is where the greatest area of concern is. I'll even say down into Marion County. All across Jasper, there's little areas to monitor, and since we're on that, why don't we pull up our Knoxville SkyTracker 5 and get a look what's going on out there. I'm going to have to reposition this one for you. We'll move this one back to the north. You can see a distinct shelf cloud heading towards Knoxville right now. Lightning illuminating maybe a couple of areas of interest to watch. In fact, 1 second, we're here while I dial up the correct setting. I want to be able to show you what's going on. Okay. And let me bring in. Okay, we'll zoom in. That area we're looking just northwest of town, that would be one of those little notch outs just to the east of Pleasantville, and you can kind of see the lowering up on screen. I know this isn't full screen for you, but I'll go ahead and zoom in just a little bit, just beyond the scope of the Knoxville Raceway. And you can see a little bit of a lowering there. We're a little too close. I'll pull back just a little bit. But those are those areas to watch for maybe something trying to come down to the ground. We're at the time of day where we need lightning to really help us out. And I think just aft that light pole there on the left, the one that's closest to us, you can kind of see where things are lowering down a little bit. That would be that area to watch for this. So that's the bit of circulation that we are watching right there at the moment. Okay, I'm going to come back to me and say I can't reiterate it enough. If you're hearing the sirens once again in the Des Moines Metro, the threat is well past you. I've just been told the sirens are sounding in Norwalk once again. Tornado warning as well to the north and east, northern Jasper and southern Marshall County. Logan?
Yeah, just taking a look at some of that severe thunderstorm warning did just expire for Jasper and Polk County, so I'll bring that back up here. Those places down in Jasper and Polk that has been allowed to expire here, just hasn't been up on here yet, updated yet, but this area here, that part is now going to be taken out of that severe thunderstorm warning as it is now going to be expiring. So places now near Colfax along I-80 as well. I'll zoom in some places around that area. Could be seeing, are going to be seeing the severe thunderstorm warning, Bonnert, Mitchellville area, getting into Elkhart, Loring, for start seeing those severe thunderstorm warning go away and just pushing up more north here. I'm not seeing anything new in the National Weather Service chat. We're starting to see the things that we have been talking about, those little mesovortexes here, just those little kinks is what we're looking at in case anything does pop up there. Chris, and it looks like you have one of our sky trackers on.
Yeah, and that's looking up again. You were just about ready to point out some of those couplets coming into view. I'm just going to move the camera a little bit more northbound. As we look over the grandstands on the north side of the Knoxville Raceway, you can see kind of the lowering underside in a couple of pulses. Now, we don't see anything funnel-like. That's certainly what we'd be watching out at this juncture. I still contend that the best couplet, the way it sits right now, is up northeast of Mingo, approaching Baxter. So continue being your safe place in Baxter, please, as you have that couplet nearby, or that little bit of mesovortex that's occurring. But as we look off here to the north, excuse me, that accidentally zoomed in. Let me pull it back out just a little bit. You can see the lowering underside, something a little bit more turbulent in the sky, shelf cloud distinct rolling into Knoxville. Sometimes that can be a signal of some stronger wind, but we're finding the strongest winds to be on the north side of this storm. I don't see anything being illuminated by the flashes of lightning that bear watching at this point. So, Logan, I'll let you take it here for a second.
Yeah, well, just taking a look down here down south, they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning down in Missouri with the tornado possible tag. So this is an area I think we're going to get back to looking to potentially again as these storms look to work their way up. Potential for another tornado warning over in Ringgold, Taylor, and Decatur County, potentially coming to the area within the next half hour, next hour could be issued here soon. But in terms of storm relative velocity, what I'm seeing here a little bit further away from the radar, but just some potential couplets that could be around here near just southeast of Mount Ayr, a little red and green there. So some places we are going to be looking at again, but nothing too much in terms of what I am seeing here. National Weather Service hasn't been sending anything out yet in that area. It's just going to be those general notches that we're going to be seeing in the front of those storms there. And I just say that Knoxville camera always brings out some pretty views there, Chris.
It sure does, and we're looking kind of north directly into that shelf that is popping into view, moving north of town. This area will start to get into the storms here very shortly. Knoxville, that is, will get into that area very shortly. And you can see on down the line. Sorry, something caught my eye. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. Thought I saw something conical in nature right in that vicinity right there. And it was illuminated by lightning, so we'll see what happens here in the next few scans. But that would be kind of what we're watching for, a little bit of something dropping down to the ground. This area we'd be looking at is basically due north on Highway 14, and it does kind of match an area that would be a little suspect on the radar picture. So as we leave this one up, yeah, Logan, have you seen anything come by? I haven't, since the one that really caught my eye, but it just hasn't been perfect for me either.
I haven't yet. I just saw that Ringgold County EM did say they reported a funnel cloud by train spotters northeast of Diagonal here about 3 minutes ago. I'll take a look at storm velocity, see around that area. Could be a little couplet there, maybe near Tingley there, you'd say, Chris. This little green and red of some broad rotation that could be coming across Diagonal, across that area, you say there, Chris?
They said northeast of Diagonal. Yeah, I'd be looking around the Tingley area right there. Why don't you go ahead and back it up just a little bit,
Yeah.
back the timeline up, and just see, a few minutes ago what it was. All right, one forward, northeast of Tingley, I'd say, that's when it started to get a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, some intensification down there, I'd say, with that green there, just becoming a little more prominent still on the broader side, but definitely could be that funnel cloud still being reported there. So we're starting to see the return potentially of some tornado warnings could be coming across the area down in southern Iowa here coming soon. Chris?
Okay, going to come back to me, and I've been focusing there on that circulation we'll be tracking near Baxter. Here's the latest imagery, and we lost a lot of that structure with that little vortex that was right there. There's still some stronger wind being noted south of town, and I'll highlight that for you right here. But all of a sudden, that big shearing effect, that little notch, if you will, just kind of washed out a little bit. Hopefully that's a continued good sign, but that is in the tornado warning near Baxter if you're north and east of town, Melbourne, Haverhill. You continue on towards LeGrand, south side of Marshalltown. All things we need to pay close attention to. All sorts of these little cutouts to watch. They're kind of all over the place now at this juncture. Even one kind of at the way bottom south of Monroe. So Knoxville's just starting to get in on that heavy rain here, pushing into town. Just north of town, there's another one of those little mesovortex coming through. So there's a whole slew of them to watch. We just heard from the emergency management down in Ringgold County that there was a funnel spotted from one of those little features down there. So all along this line now, we'll continue to watch for those little spin-ups. Initially, these storms were more clustered and individual. No longer the case at this point. We've now formed into a linear structure, and we watch for those little spin-ups along the way. Still a bit of a favorable environment spin-wise around that northern edge of the line all the way down to the Missouri border, Logan.
Yeah, they did take out that tornado warning down in Missouri, so nothing so far down south, just that funnel cloud that they have seen. So could be seeing a trend there, but we'll start seeing if the National Weather Service Des Moines starts putting in areas in severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings down south. And it looks like they did talk about something with those little vortices that we were seeing across the area. They're starting to hold off on anything just yet, but still they are monitoring them a lot, looking closely, but it looks like they're saying the shear isn't well aligned with the line, and the outflow may be outrunning this line there a little bit there, Chris.
Yeah, and that's something that we kind of brought up a few minutes ago, that we may be trying to stabilize a bit underneath of what's happening. We have the one tornado warning right now over Jasper and Marshall County. It's severe thunderstorm warning on the periphery of it. 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be the troublemaker there with that as it pertains to the wind. And then not only this one tornado warning, but there's also a bunch of little spin-up areas that would be favorable on top of this one warning that we have. This stretches all the way down to the Missouri border. So at this point, we're watching from Missouri up to Marshalltown. So far, only one little warning. Probably at this juncture, the best one looking north of Knoxville. So let's go back to our Knoxville Sky Tracker 5. It looks like that rain's just starting to get into town here. Tough to see too much. That rain has accelerated kind of out ahead from our vantage point. We'll run into a little bit of some obstruction here, but we should still be able to see through fairly well. Look at the turbulent underside of those clouds. Isn't that beautiful there once you get under the shelf? Kind of a beautiful looking sky. You have Old Glory there out straight to signal that there is some breezy conditions, but it's not violently ripping in the sky. You can kind of see the zip ties, honestly, on the top of the fence. Those aren't moving too quickly or down too straight. So I don't believe we're seeing that significant wind in Knoxville, but you can see the underside of that shelf cloud moving through. I'm going to come back to...
I will say, Chris, in good news, they did cancel that tornado warning for Jasper and Marshall counties. So currently no tornado warnings in the state of Iowa. We just have the severe thunderstorm warning. That's until 9 p.m. for Jasper, Marshall, Polk, and Story. For main priority is going to be 60-mile-per-hour gusts blowing through here until 9 p.m. But there are no more tornado warnings in the state of Iowa as of now there, Chris.
Okay, so let's recap. We'll go back to program. We're going to keep our coverage going on We Are Iowa Plus, or We Are Iowa app, and we'll keep things online here. Just to recap here before we let you go, severe thunderstorm warning till 9 o'clock for portions of Marshall and Jasper County as the warning gets trimmed up in front of our eyes. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, we're still going to be tracking here behind the scenes and online these little notches that are so prevalent up and down this line here. Nothing has been produced from these, but we have seen a couple of tornado warnings. We'll continue to monitor this activity over on We Are Iowa Plus. We hope to see you joining us for that. Out here, my apologies, it was not on me, so I'll just highlight briefly those little vortices real quick. They're all over. We're going to continue to monitor those over on We Are Iowa Plus. For Logan Schlotman, I'm Chris Kubal. We'll get you back to program and keep the coverage going on We Are Iowa Plus. It's long duration here. We're still going with you. Logan? What's your thoughts, sir? What's your thoughts on the scenario right now? What are you thinking?
Well, I think it was right by the SPC put that tornado watch up there. I think we're still seeing a pretty favorable environment for some of those embedded tornadoes. But I think it's just going to be tough to really, I think, see anything formalized across that area there, Chris. But I still think down in southern Iowa, parts down there, could be seeing still a tornado threat. It looks like they did issue another one. But as we're going to start seeing later throughout the day, these storms are going to start trekking their way more northwest. So we could start seeing some parts over in Sheraton, getting into Ottumwa, potentially start seeing some of these storms. But that's going to be later into the day, I will say. Chris?
Yeah. All right. As we get a chance to kind of catch our breath here, we're still streaming online with you, social media. We Are Iowa Plus. And yeah, I've had a lot of people in my comments here on my Facebook Live asking about the sirens in Norwalk. I've been getting texts from family members as well. It's a deficiency we have to live with at this point. The sirens in Des Moines, the Polk County, the Des Moines metro area, Polk County area, they're deficient. It's a limitation. We have to live with it. When those sirens sound, turn us on. We'll let you know what the threat is. We had sirens sounding in Norwalk 25 miles behind the tornado warning. It's not ideal. It's not. I recognize that. I will fully tell you sirens are not my favorite thing because there's so much of a cry wolf scenario, and that just it lends itself right into that cry wolf mentality. And then when the big one comes, you have people that don't take them seriously. So, all right, that was a bit of a tangent, and we're back to it, tracking these little bit of circulations in here. There's a lot. There's a few that look better than others, but they're just kind of scatterbrained all through things. Logan, should we go take a look at some of our traffic cams?
Yeah, I just have one thing to mention too about some flash flooding and what we've seen, especially down in Missouri, but it does affect Iowa as of now. So at about a couple minutes ago, some Nottoway County Sheriff deputies report the Nottoway River is out of its banks and covering Highway 71, and they have closed the Iowa state line. So reported by emergency managers, Highway 71 is closed to get into either Missouri or Iowa due to the Nottoway River starting to overflow its banks. So Highway 71 is covered heading into Iowa there, Chris.
Yeah, they've had a lot of rain as well in the last couple of days, particularly. What was it? Was it just last night? No, it was 2 nights ago.
2 nights ago. That was a big soaker down there.
Yeah,
some places I think got 4 inches of rain there, Chris.
Yeah, crazy. We're looking near Newton on the east side. So this is as the storm is just starting to get to the east side of Newton. There's I-80 at 12th Street. That camera is not working. So let's go to Speedway Drive here and look outside. So looks like we have a little bit of a shake due to the winds. Watch the trees here as this one continues on. Okay, we'll continue to monitor that. I-80 is on the bridges and Speedway Drive is underneath. So it appears we're looking back into, actually ahead of the storm. Speedway is on the south side there. That's the Loves, I believe. That's just to the south of Iowa. We'll have to watch those trees, see if they can stir up a little bit. Logan, you let me know if there's any new warnings drop while we kind of watch this. Moving east tonight, we will see a weakening trend with the storms overall. No tornado warnings at the moment. We have one severe thunderstorm warning, and we're at the southern edge of it here at this particular vantage point with the camera. And I believe the worst of it is just starting to hit there right now based on the radar picture I'm seeing as well. Yeah, just so many of those little kinks and nooks and things coming in on velocity. It's really neat to watch how it's kind of evolved over the last 45 minutes, Logan.
Yeah, it's just how those storms push out can get those little circulations embedded within that. But as you were talking about, Chris, the weakening in these storms, SPC updated this about an hour ago. Still parts of Des Moines. The storms that we saw earlier, that's part of that enhanced risk that we're starting to push out now into counties more east, and that's going to be seeing that weakening trend as we move down into a slight risk for severe weather. So that bulk of severe weather, especially I think we're getting to that more those Missouri storms working their way up, parts of Lamoni getting into Ottumwa. That's a place to look out for, I think, in the future. But I think the threat down into Ames and Des Moines, that can be moved and cut off more into that way. But we're going to start seeing that weakening trend pushing into the eastern counties here soon.
All right, I'm going to come back to radar and wind gusts. This is backed up to 802. I just want to go over some of the wind gusts that have since come in. We didn't see this earlier, but I think it got updated kind of in retrospect. 50 miles per hour, 4 Mile Creek on the east side, kind of by Pleasant Hill area. Altoona out by the Bass Pro Shop area, 44 miles per hour. No significant wind through Colfax, it appears. And we're just getting to the Newton Airport, so we'll have to watch that. Knoxville Airport just getting in on the fray. And let's go back out to our Knoxville Sky Tracker 5 and see what's up. A lot of rain at this point. I don't see significant signals of wind. I don't see poles swaying, so that's good. I think we have the one warning right now, and that's about it. That's probably where the strongest wind signature has been on the Velo at this point. That's storm relative. A lot of convergence there in the last few signals. But yeah, it's these little pulses. And even though this wind is stronger, it's back in the cold pool, so we really want to watch kind of the leading edge here and those little notches that are coming through. Logan?
Yeah, I was just taking a look back at rainfall estimated so far here on the radar. Some places, I think, down in south of Des Moines, places could have gotten over an inch of rain. That was a heavy soaker. It was short, but we saw that heavy burst of rain, and it's going to be followed on by some more residual rain coming from the back there and bringing its way through. But take a look down here in southern Iowa. You have been getting a lot of rain. You know, it's a pretty dry start to May, but these past couple days, we've probably gotten over 6 to maybe even 8 inches of rain down in Clearfield and getting through those counties over in Taylor and Ringgold County. It's a radar estimated about 3 to 4 inches in some places. Locally, could get to that amount. I think it might be a little bit overdone, but overall, Chris, I would say a decent amount of rain potentially could look into some flooding stuff down here if those storms still continue to push through. As we've seen, Highway 71 heading into Missouri has been closed for that river there, flooding the overbanks there. Chris?
Okay, Logan. Yeah, a lot of rain in that area in the last couple of days. So we're going to see this storm get into Marshalltown here in the next few minutes. I'd say the next 5. That's going to be in for you. And the wind aloft doesn't look near as perky as it once did. That's storm relative. Let me get to the regular. I'll go ahead and back things up here. You see there was a really robust signature coming in with this. It's kind of washed out a bit. But still, underneath that warning, we don't have any reports at this point. If you know something, let us know. Feel free to jump in. Let us know in the comments and let us know what you're seeing. We, of course, want you to be safe at this point. We no longer have a tornado warning at play. 32 miles per hour in Colfax, so that's a new update from this cell as it moved through. Sometimes it just takes a few minutes to, get the significant update from the site. Once it's in it jumps to the correct time you get it. But south of I-80 there's another little notch out. You get down into Marion County, basically. Straight east of Monroe, there's another one as well, and those are the things we'll be watching for the significant opportunity for a tornadic circulation. But at this point, it's all pretty meager. We haven't seen anything else produce earlier in the day. Logan, you want to run us through what we've seen so far today?
Yeah, I'll pull up some of our local storm reports here over the past 12 hours, just looking at some shear detection stuff real quick down south. But a couple of confirmed tornadoes down in Taylor and Ringgold County near Blockton, Mount Ayr, Malloy, and Blockton. 3 confirmed. Some could be the multiple ones just going up and down, but right now that's what we have for some reports. And then heading a little bit more over east into Page County, we had reports of 1.5-inch hail over in College Springs, so about ping pong ball size. And this wind gust right here, 84 miles an hour. So strong gusts that we saw with these storms earlier today, and a 1-inch hail up over in Clarinda. How do you say that, Chris, again? Clarinda. Okay. So yeah, about 1-inch hail up over there. And in terms of reports, nothing really too much. There was some over in Urbandale for about pea-sized hail, but that has not been put in here yet. And a lot of this hail, I believe, is still up from earlier today. And it was just about an inch of hail. There was a little bit of a mesoscale discussion for some hail producing on there, but it's just out of the viewing area, so not noting that yet. And then just if you are joining in now, Highway 71, there was a report of being flooded over by the river there, so they have closed it entering into Iowa there. Chris?
All right, Logan, I'll let you swap out mic batteries. I was running down at 16%, so it's probably time for you to turn around on that too. This is the shear detection. It's a very messy signal down over southern Iowa, but I believe we're just seeing it kind of at a larger scale, so to speak, higher up, and so everything's a little bit broader too as we get further away. I believe it's the same kind of shear in action with those little hooks that we're seeing up closer to the Des Moines Metro, but kind of getting a sense on this down into Ringgold and Decatur County as well. No warnings at the moment as we're seeing some of this shear go by. Some of the stronger inbound wind is just west of Lamoni, outbound near Mount Ayr, and as Logan mentioned a little while ago, we did have a funnel report northeast of Diagonal at that point. So still monitoring all these little itty-bitty spins that are going on. There's virtually no hail threat, or no significant hail threat, I should mention. Maybe some peas in there, that's about it. But That's about the extent of it as we move further north along the line. Maybe a little bit pulsing in south of Marshalltown, and I think there's a little bit southwest of Knoxville by just a touch too. But as far as the wind component, it's still holding its own, still showing there's a little bit of notches for the areas to watch, but nothing coming to fruition at this point. We'll keep the coverage going at least through 9 o'clock. If we don't get a new warning coming through, we'll get you just to some looping radar and jump in with coverage as we need accordingly. There on out, Logan.
Yeah, they did cancel some counties in this tornado watch here. Getting into Polk County, that is out of the tornado watch. Adair, Adams, Cass in Madison counties. These have been taken out of the tornado watch. Shouldn't be expecting anything too severe here to come after. Just some general showers and some thunderstorms, just some general thunder and some showers working their way across. But these have been taken out of the tornado watch. We still have to watch out for these places down in southern Iowa near Lamoni, Sharonton, Pella, and Toledo, as this is still until 10 p.m. for tonight there, Chris.
Okay, Logan. Thank you very much. Just kind of going through some of things off screen here to see. We've got a decent little lowering. This was in Waukee. I wish I would have seen this earlier. Looking out towards Adel, there was a little bit of a lowering from it. If anyone's in the booth, grab the image off Haymarket. I don't know if we have anyone in the booth.
I'll send them a quick Teams message.
Yeah, I mean, it might be helpful here or there, but this warning here lasts until 9 o'clock. I don't get a sense, Logan, that this is going to be continued on down the line either.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let me just...
Yeah, no, you're fine. I do see an overall easing in the returns on reflectivity compared to, say, an hour and a half ago or so. We had, more prominence of the dark browns in there. It certainly has congealed into line, which would give us a little bit more of thought behind damaging wind, but I think we're stabilizing, and I think we have a bit of a gust front running out ahead, and I think you can see it right here. This is a good vantage point in Knoxville. Once it gets out ahead of the storms by a couple miles, it basically shuts off the inflow going into the storm. And quite literally, the storm is going to elevate at all as we're looking at it. So still continuing on. We have a decent contingent on with us for tonight. So thanks for sticking with us. It's been a long evening. We've been at it since 5:45, I think, Logan. 3 hours?
I think so.
Fun.
Getting up there. Looks like they're working on to get the image in.
What did we say in the booth? Okay. So we'll stick with this warning. 8 more minutes. If anyone's in Marshalltown, let us know if you're seeing anything significant. The wind gusts, they're going to be coming up on screen here in just a second. 12 miles per hour. I bet you that's old. Yeah, we need an update for Marshalltown. We'll see, no doubt, and usually that info gets passed along in the National Weather Service chat. They're often looking for that as well. The Neil Smith Wildlife Refuge, 31 miles per hour. So I think we're hitting at sub-severe levels. So it's a good trend. It's a good trend to see at this point. So this warning is going to go for another 7 more minutes over Marshall and Jasper counties. Let's go back down to the south and see if we have any concerns. We'll get that picture to you because this is pretty neat. I want to show it to you. I think we have a lot of contamination down here into Ringgold, Decatur County at this point. That's why I think things are a little bit antsy. You notice there's multiple sections that pulse up and it's not just one. High velocity we'll keep an eye on. Probably the best signal is over Marion County at the moment as far as the strongest wind, but that's well back into the storm. northern part of Marion County. It's all good. Here's the Knoxville camera as we look at. I don't see the significant wind associated with it. I'm going to actually zoom it back over to the flag just to see, because that's kind of helpful. So we'll get this camera zoomed back over to the the flag, and you notice it's not near as strong as it was earlier. So it's down at about a 30, 45 degree angle. So we do not have a significant wind now. It's essentially still. No significant wind in Knoxville at the moment, but I think that was certainly stronger as that one moved back in, Logan.
Yeah, I was just taking a look here. Looks like they did say they're going to allow this severe thunderstorm warning to expire at 9 p.m. So about the next 6 minutes for Jasper, Marshall, and Story County. And after that, we do not have any warnings left in the state of Iowa. Just a strong line of storm still working its way through. Just some leftover showers in the back that's going to pull through the night, just adding on some of that rain. But this one's going to expire here in the next couple of minutes. Potentially next thing to watch, though, is going to be heading down into Missouri and working its way back up. I think that's going to be the best chance, Chris, for any severe weather to come back into the Iowa area. I think the threat up just north of I-80, I think that's going to be pretty much done there, Chris.
Yeah, and I think our overall threat is waning at this point. Thank you very much, Logan. And we're working on getting that picture up to you. Is it up? Yep. Okay. Yeah, I have no access to pull that up on this stream, so it's all good. In fact, we're going to go back to looping radar here in about 4 minutes. So if we don't get it done, that's fine. I'm going to check out some of the wind gusts and see if we have anything significant at the moment. Logan, you want to check the velocities down there in southern Iowa, just see if everything's behaving for me?
Yeah, just 1 second. Let me get that brought up here. Okay, let's take a look here at some of, looks like some stronger winds down near Grand River. Some, I'd say that's some broader rotation coming around there on the storm relative velocity, but nothing maybe too much, maybe down at Lamona. I'll bring up our rotation, our shear detection here. Still see around those lines storm. Now, that's not exactly rotation. It could be winds just going right against each other. It's that change of wind that we're seeing both winds go across. So we have that line there. It's still, I would say, pay attention to here over next couple of minutes or for a little bit of time here. But I'll bring back up our warnings across the area. Just down in Missouri, they do have a tornado warning for radar indicated. And then a couple of tornado possible tags. This is the one thing I was looking at. Now, these are severe thunderstorm warnings, but involved in both of these, they do have that tornado possible tag. So they could see something pop up here for both of those severe thunderstorm warnings as we're starting to see that storm motion move more into this area across here. So could see that come across the area into more south central Iowa and more east southern Iowa over the next couple of, over the good amount of time crossing that I-35 corridor and back into Iowa there. But I'll keep going across here, see if, taking a look at some more rainfall over the past time, seeing if more adding up, getting into Clearfield. I'll take a look at the past 48 hours too, just to see the total, at least radar estimated. And Chris, oof, I don't even know what that white color is up there, what value.
Well, we're getting up probably closer to 8 inches in the last 48 hours.
So yeah, getting up there with rain, especially on that Iowa-Missouri border there, and especially where Highway 57 or 37 got cut off there for flooding. Could see that with the banks there, but coming across, getting into the very extreme southern part of Iowa with some extreme rainfall coming over the past 2 to 3 days there, Chris.
Yeah, go ahead and use a query tool and just sample that wide area. See what pops up. I have a hunch that's going to be north of 7.
10 inches, 30 inches. Oof. Now, this is still estimated by radar, but still seeing a pretty sharp gradient. As has been places that have been getting a lot of rain. So we'll keep working our way up the gradient through these counties of Iowa. Could be seeing up to about 10 inches of rain. I would say about 8 inches on that extreme part there, Chris. Okay,
no significant wind gusts I'm seeing out of this line. We are a couple minutes away from this severe thunderstorm warning going away. Let me go over to the web PC, and there it is. This is a photo from Sean showing, looks like that gnarly looking shelf cloud rolling through. So yeah, that was impressive certainly earlier in the day. And look at the lightning here from David Allen. That's impressive as well. Beautiful looking strike. Is that in teams, guys? That's a great looking shot. I might try. Yeah, pretty gnarly stuff. All right. Anything else that we have? This is coming in from Waukee. Lisa sharing that with us. That's that lowering that I was talking kind of along the shelf. Those are those little vortices that we're watching. Maybe you can try to get something to pop down to the ground. All right, here. Do we have anything from the National Weather Service? No. Logan, what are you seeing here in your final
Right now,
thoughts?
the Storm Prediction Center has put out a mesoscale discussion. That little red circle that you're seeing in there, I'll click that up real quick and read what they're sharing and saying. So, they're talking about that severe threat for the tornado watch. Severe winds are likely along the length of this extensive squall line that we're seeing, congealing those storms together. And they've been seeing some various Boeing segments that we've been seeing, especially up near Des Moines. They're saying that these north-south orientation of these segments are more favorable for some significant wind damage as the leading outflow remains closer to the storm. And they're saying the most favorable combination is more eastern Kansas City into western Missouri as of now for that severeness, which is going to be this area that we're seeing here with those strong winds. And nothing too much right now. So that's just pretty much all that they're looking out for is just some winds, potentially a tornado or two with this as well. But it's pretty thin, just getting out to Ottumwa before pushing down into a good chunk of Missouri, but also getting all the way up into, let me look at that county, Tama County. So running from Tama all the way down into Appanoose County there.
Okay.
Chris.
Logan, we are going to get back to just our looping radar here. Thanks for joining us. If there is a significant risk, we will be right back on with you. For now, we're going to get prepped here for our show that's coming up at 10 o'clock. Take care.
We'll take a look here. Getting into Poweshiek and Tama County, heading until 9:45 Monday. Radar indicated rotation. We're starting to see that little kink across there, what's on Chris's screen, that red and green there. Yep, that little kink in that area, potentially bringing in the chances for a tornado coming across the area. So I'll take a look back here into our storm relative velocity, bringing in an area. We're going to start seeing that green and red there. Starting to see a better rotation than what we've seen earlier. That rotation going into Des Moines, that red out. So some of that rotation we're seeing coming across the area. So I'll take a look back here at our shear detection coming across the area. We do see we are picking up a little bit of that shear there for that rotation just south of Gilman, heading just into crossing Highway 146. I'll take a quick scan here, and we'll take a see what time it's going to be entering into your area. So this is going to be moving about northeast at 45 miles an hour. So I'll grab this right here, and we'll get a little rotation for that. We'll grab this 45 miles an hour. And we're going to drag it from where this little area is right here. Now, places that could be in this area, getting to Tama, 922, Long Point, 927, Chelsea, 933, Bella Payne, 940, and then 947 in Keystone. So if you're in these areas, start getting into your safe places. We're starting to see some rotation pick up east of a Highway 146, and that whether that is the most interior room of your building or if you have a basement, get down in that area. Just make sure no windows, but start taking that plan of action now as we do have that tornado warning coming across the area. I'll bring up that newest scan just came through. I'll check our storm relative velocity. This is until 9:45 p.m. We're starting to see some brighter colors pick up, just passing Highway 146 going east of Newburgh and also Gilman as well. So that rotation, we have that green and we have that brighter red getting a little bit closer. So we're starting to see some rotation coming across that areas, and that's going to be for Poweshiek and Tama County. So we're starting to move around there. Chris, are you back and ready yet? Or?
Yeah, I am.
Perfect.
Apologies for that. My microphone was turned off after the last segment, trying to save a little battery with you. But the area we're watching is running right along the Poweshiek, Tama County line right now. This is a radar-indicated tornado. Probably the best little area of circulation we've seen come to fruition in the last couple of hours. I'll back things up just on the velocity picture. Really tightened up here. One of those little notches, we've been watching a lot of these so far this evening, just kind of that wind rushing out and spinning around. That's probably the best looking couplet that we've seen in the last couple of hours, just sampling the wind here on the outbound. That's 41 miles per hour. The inbound wind is 23, so we're looking at about 65 miles per hour over a couple of mile stretch here. So need to take shelter either side of the Poweshiek and Tama County line. Within the scope of that tornado warning, I'll go ahead and pull this up here. Does include Tama and Toledo, Sheridan, Chelsea, Elberon, and Belle Plaine. You need to seek shelter for a radar-indicated tornado. That's going to be lowest level, most interior room of your dwelling. That's going to be the best location to be. And just checking out the shear detection here, this one pulsed up very quickly. Boom. That was it. 9 o'clock, pulsing up. And actually, it's on a downward trend right now, the latest data coming in, and we'll get that here shortly. I see it just off screen. It broadens up just a little bit more. So we're still watching a lot of those little areas, maybe trying to peak up with something a little bit of interest. I'd even watch down here towards Van Wert area. They were hit by a tornado a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago or so, I'd say. So certainly a few little areas to watch that are of interest. And a lot of times they're forming on these little notches that form on the leading edge of this line. So far, sub-severe winds have been reported in the last basically hour or so. We haven't seen any significant wind come out of this line, but we're still showing some signal that we're hooking around just a little bit on the velocity side of things. Close in view, this is going to be just along and east of Highway 146 and about 310th Ave in northern Poweshiek County, basically straddling right along that Poweshiek and Tama County line. This one moving to the east and north and east right now, and so keep a heads up as we kick this storm further to the east with time, Logan.
Yeah, I was just taking a look. Heading into more central and southern Iowa, nothing too much. We're starting to see some of those showers over in Missouri start to trickle their way up as we do have another tornado warning down in Missouri for now. nice. You can see a nice hook along there right there, but also a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. So that train is going to be starting more into the northeast, so potentially could see some more activity pick up over into southern Iowa. But as of right now, the only tornado warning is the one we are looking up right now into Poweshiek and Tama County there. Chris?
Okay, Logan, I just put a track on things from that couplet that we're watching. And so this is pulling it towards Sheridan in about the next 10 minutes. And then our next community list is going to be Belle Plaine. New scan coming in, and again, it puts that area of rotation right where I started that polygon. But I mentioned here when I last chatted with you, things had kind of broadened out a little bit, and that is certainly the case here as we're looking more at a broad scale rotation. So things briefly getting perky there as it pertains to the velocity signal. There's the direction that these winds are going. The green is heading back to the west, the red is heading to the east, and we're basically straddling that county line right now, due to approach Highway 63 any moment. So this is going to be radar indicated. This tornado warning is going to last for a little while here. This is going to go until 9:45, so this is going to take us right up close to our 10 o'clock show here. The whole expanse of the line does extend further down to the south. While I have you here, I did mention that most of the winds that we've been seeing over the last hour have not been up to severe thresholds. We've seen a lot of reports coming in, and I'll just go through it from north to south. This storm fresh through Marshalltown out at the airport, 38 miles per hour. I believe we've yet to really register anything at the Grinnell Airport. It'll be interesting to see how that goes in the next few minutes. Newton and the Neil Smith Wildlife Refuge, 31 miles per hour. 34 in Pella, and you see that Grinnell observation site, 25. Knoxville to 21. We watched our Knoxville Sky Tracker 5 here very closely, and we'll go back to it just briefly. And actually, as you see here, there's a flagpole just kind of hanging right under the fence, and the flag is not out significantly on that. So we're seeing the wind is fairly light at this particular moment. We're always watching it, of course. Then we continue on down the line into this line. Osceola is 7 miles per hour, probably need an update on that, and then 43 in Lamoni. So wind gusts around 45 miles per hour. 40, 45 going to be pretty common, I would say, along this line of storms as it moves through. Nice, distinct notch, though, as this one sits just on the north side of the county line between Poweshiek and Tama County. Sitting right in here in these weak echo regions, that's where we're going to be watching for that possible tornado. Continuing to see a little bit of a broadening in the velocity picture as well. Those greens aren't quite as pronounced anymore as they were a couple of scans ago. Things perking up there for a couple of scans, 909, that's when it looked its most ripe, and seeing some strong outbound winds approaching Sheridan, perhaps some slight added gustiness to things, but no additional severe thunderstorm warning, Logan. We're just watching this one little spin at the moment.
Yeah, and they also did issue a flash flood warning actually down in Decatur, Ringgold, and Taylor County until 3:15 a.m. Tuesday morning. Let me read this one right here. So radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain. Between 2 to 4 inches of rain have already fallen, with additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in this warned area. So flash flooding is either ongoing or is expected to begin here shortly. So make sure with flooding, don't cross any flooded roadways. If you do see one, turn around and just drive back to that. It's not worth, because about 6 inches of rain can sweep a lot of cars and yourself as well. So flash flooding is one of the more dangerous events as well, even though not a lot of people might think it compared to what we say. But turn around, don't drown is the main message for these flash flood warnings here for Decatur, Ringgold, and Taylor County there, Chris.
Okay, Logan, as you continue to analyze that line, are there any other areas that you see of interest?
Yeah, let me take a look here at the storm relative velocity, see if there's anything really popping up. And nothing really too much into Iowa at the moment. We are a little bit further away from the radar here. Maybe near Gilman City. I think this is a tornado warning across that area there. Let me bring that up. Yeah, so this Gilman City one down in Missouri, they do have a tornado warning, but nothing along this line, I think, is screaming any potential tornado warnings at this time, Chris.
Okay, Logan, we'll continue on through the duration of this warning, whether it lasts through expiration or cancels early. I think the trend continues to be the right way. And I'll go back to the velocity picture here on this one, as I just got a new scan in off screen. Have yet to get it here. We continue to see a general weakening, though, so that's good news. We hope that trend continues. I want everyone to still continue to be in their safe place, especially if you are a couple miles west of US 63, all the way over through the end of the Tama and Powesheik County line to the east. So Sheridan, Chelsea, Elberon, even Belle Plaine just outside the scope here. Tama, Toledo, safe places here as we continue to monitor this little bit of a threat that persists. We still have plenty of rain that's back towards the Des Moines area. When that happens, we fail to get the rapid updates as it pertains to the velocity picture. So we're kind of waiting on that. Just got it off screen here, and I like the trend, the way things are going here, Logan.
Yeah, I was just also taking a look back at the flash flooding stuff. Looks like there have been reports of some flooding over in Ringgold County, so that's why they did put that down there, and for portions of Taylor into Decatur County as well, where that heaviest rain has fallen. But there has been some flooding reports down there down south, Chris.
Okay, Logan. Yeah, and why don't we, while we are with you, let's talk about some of the rain that we've seen in the last 24 hours down in that direction. And this is mostly going to be here from today, but a little bit last night. In fact, I'll even shorten up the window. I'll go the last 12 hours on this. And you can see some of these spots. This is just going to be a moisture-laden area. Excuse me, 4.4 inches estimated southwest of Mount Ayr, south of Bedford, 3.8 inches, south of Clarinda, southwest of Clarinda, 4.3 inches. This is just here for today. Now, if we could do the last 72 hours, 48 is going to be our max on this, but this gets us back through most of 2 nights ago when some of these areas were hit extremely heavily. Take a look at this. This is no joke. We're getting close to 9-10 inches of rain down our extreme southern edge. So that's why we have a flash flood warning popping up in place down into these areas, and it's down denoted by this green here. So this is going to be for Taylor, Ringgold, and Decatur County.
And another thing to note that's good, Chris, they just also canceled the tornado warning for Powesheik and Tama County. So we should be clear on that tornado warning there.
Okay, we're going to get our coverage back onto We Are Iowa app and Plus Channel social media. You can catch us on there. We'll get you back to regularly scheduled programming. We'll continue to watch the flash flooding situation in the south and any more of those little spin-ups along the leading edge of this line as we move through the next 90 minutes or so until these storms kick east and out of the Local 5 area. All right, Logan, take it away.
Perfect, yeah. So I'll take a look, quick look back at these little mesovortices here, see if anything's really popping up along this line. Now I'll move it back to that tornado warning that was issued a while back ago. See if I can find it here. Was it right there? We really started to see that really start to quiet down as we really lost the spin on that. It became very broad. A lot of red thereafter. Now taking a look at the latest scan here, trying to find any mesovortices there. Just not really finding anything. The biggest part is going to be down in Missouri. I feel like it's going to be the next line that's going to be working its way across this area here soon, moving at about this motion right here. So we can expect these storms to come across this area heading over the next couple of hours, I will say, into probably past 10, maybe even 11 o'clock for that time frame, depending on how they move and how the storm system looks to be set up. But we're now starting to really enter the portion where these storms are going to be going down on the lower end, except for parts of southern Iowa, but getting down into that slight risk for severe weather, so that general downtrend heading into the portions of eastern Iowa across that end. But I'll take a look back here on our radar and see if anything has popped up just yet, but you can tell that little notch there just really isn't there anymore. That pocket of some rotation we had, just some general thunderstorms moving across Iowa right now, getting out of Polk County. And we just do have this flash flood warning until 3 a.m. tonight. for Decatur, Ringgold, and Taylor County, where places have seen upwards of 3 to 4 inches of rain. Could get an extra 1 to 2 inches as well in this area. So make sure you can get to if your place does experience flooding, into the highest place possible. And if you do see a flooded road, do not drive through it, as just a couple inches of rain can sweep a lot of cars, even some trucks too, and yourself. So turn around and don't drown is the best saying that we like to use for flash flooding, especially if you are in Decatur, Ringgold, or Taylor County across this area right here, as we've seen some rivers that are overflowing highways, like down in Highway 57, Highway 50, let me bring it, I think it's Highway 71. We're starting to see some rivers getting over flooded in that area across there down in Missouri. So one thing to look at down there. Now, in terms of hail, nothing really too much. We're going to be seeing primarily, I think, more wind. Could be still seeing some pea-sized hail, but main trend is just going to be potential for tornadoes, but mainly damaging winds across this area. Chris?
All right, Logan, what we're going to do is we're going to get this back to looping radar. I have to get a show prepped with some of the latest data, and we're kind of getting crunched on time. Logan is going to be here, though, continuing to track things behind the scene, and we'll jump back on here if the need arises. I think we're going to see a line that exhibits wind gusts up to about 40 miles per hour, and we're watching those little nuggets that try to spin up along this line. At this point, I don't see a significant area arising in this, but no doubt Logan's going to be keeping a close track on things for you. That's going to do it for us for now, but again, we'll be back if it's warranted. Take care.